Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Here. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Schmidt. Here. And Deputy Mayor Kelly.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, folks, so as a reminder, we are on item 7.3.3, land use bylaw amendments to make secondary suites and backyard suites permitted uses. When we ended last night at 9:30, we have not closed the public hearing yet. So I'm going to go through back to the beginning of the list and through. I think that last night the mayor had made it most of the way through panel 8, which is technically the last panel. So I think we're now going back just to clean up. So I imagine we're getting very, very close to the end here. As a reminder to all councillors, when we get to questions of folks, clarifying questions is what we're looking for. Let's try to keep it as tight as possible here today so that we can get a vote and we can make sure that we're done by noon, if at all possible, so that we can do our CAO search committee meeting at 1 o'clock.
Point of order, you just jinxed it.
I respect that. If you're online, could you please mute yourself? Thank you very much. I'll rule against jinxing it. Okay. All right, we'll pick back up then where we left off in our public hearing. We're going to go back to the beginning of panel number 1. Do we have Noah Davis here? Ziana Kataria? Sean Heffel? Jane Ebern? Rachel Bembridge? Shamir Gator, Mariana Meja Salazar, Pet Guillemard, Karen Arndt, Peter Koenig, Christopher Davis.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, who is that on the phone?
Peter Koenig.
Peter, perfect. You'll be our first one up. Just stay tuned for a moment. And Christopher, you're here. You'll be second up for us. And let's keep going here. Leslie Farrar. Henry Engelking. Tyler Wells. Patty Peck. Jean Weller.
I'm on the line.
Oh, is that you, Patty?
That's me, yeah, Patty.
Excellent. Stay tuned. You'll be third up for us. Jean Weller. Allison Hayter. And Denise Robinson. Madam Clerk, that's everyone I have on the list. Is there anyone else who has signed up since this list was produced?
There is one more just from this morning, and that is Paul Augustine.
Paul Augustine, are you with us? Not hearing Paul. Okay, we'll proceed with this panel as we currently have it. Let's begin with, sorry, just going back through to make sure that we have everyone here. I believe Peter Koenig, you're first up. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. You can hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Council. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. Sorry I wasn't able to join last night. Again, my name is Peter Koenig. I'm a Strong Towns Calgary local conversation leader and an advocate for increasing the amount of homes we build within the city. The following remarks represent my own views. I am in support of the proposed bylaw 26P 2026 to make secondary and backyard suites a permitted use. Among all the ways to add affordable housing, secondary and backyard suites are the easiest to say yes to. Now, we remain in a home ownership affordability crisis. Adding more supply of especially this type serves to directly address widely understood housing needs. And importantly, this change doesn't remove or change the requirements for notifying neighbors or for giving neighbors an opportunity to comment. Secondary and backyard suites offer the least obtrusive way to meet housing needs within the city. And by the way, increasing property tax revenues to the city, while the city incurs no additional cost. Now, adding more housing within the city makes for better use of city infrastructure and services, offering the prospect of increased transit ridership. Now, by making these permitted uses, you introduce remarkable efficiencies to the system. Developers will now be super clear on what is permitted. Variances will go from common to rare, and reserve your attention for the things that really are deserving of your attention. Now, speaking of what is deserving of your attention, something I found rather shocking when it comes to things you choose not to spend time talking about, like how we're going to pay for $27 billion of infrastructure, of unfunded infrastructure over the next 10 years. Now, that information and related materials came to council across 3 meetings so far this year. And you all decided that a 10-year, $27 billion unfunded infrastructure spending gap wasn't important enough to talk about. Now, I realize that council members, you get the amount of information that you're expected to review is astounding. And I'm just going to ask that you have to work harder at sifting through all of the things that are truly deserving of your time and attention. And an unfunded infrastructure funding gap over the next decade that is more than per year than the city's portion of property tax is something I think is worthy of you asking lots of questions about, get real curious about. But not backyard and secondary suites. Get on with paying attention to the really important things and make suites a permitted use. Vote yes. Support. Thanks, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Appreciate you being here. Stay on the line in case any councillors have any questions for you when we're done this panel. Next up, Mr. Davis.
This is Denny Robinson. I'm here for the panel.
Noted, Denny. We're going to finish this panel and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Acting Mayor Kelly and members of council. It's been a long week, and I'm sure that despite the obligations and pressures that you face, you'll be happy to get through to the weekend. I would like to acknowledge the start of Historic Calgary Week, and conveniently located, the Central Library next door is where I'll be going right after this to hear a talk to help kickstart the week. So I'm sure some of you will be involved in that. I think some of the walks and talks are some of the most interesting that one can do in this city. I'm Chris Davis. I'm a longtime Ward 11 resident. I'm a current Ward 6 resident. Secondary suites. As an aside, council in the new zoning bylaw finally recognized that suites can council recognize that suites are dwelling units? We've gone through, I think, a fiction in the current land use bylaw to say a suite is not a dwelling unit, but yet while we count the numbers, we don't count the units. So if we can get that right in the new zoning bylaw, that'll help with our density calculations and make things perhaps a little better and easier for us to get different forms of governmental funding. We count the people, we don't count the units. So short answer on the first part, yes, make secondary suites a permitted use. We will continue to keep a conflict with restrictive covenants, but I recognize that building within a built form is something that is the least invasive, should be the least controversial option. It's relatively benign. And a quick short story, I always love stories. Former Alderman Dale Hodges, longtime Ward 1 Alderman, always cautioned me when I was here in his fatherly way. He said, Chris, be careful about permitted uses, because that's the one thing I can do as elected official. And despite recent changes to the MGA, as elected officials, you have an ability to influence and address permits when they're discretionary. If they're permitted, it gives you as council, as elected officials, very little flexibility. So permitted uses should be the one use you apply when there is nothing controversial that will come up about that application. There will always be somebody perhaps that objects, but if we've done the testing and it's believed that most of the community can live with it, permitted use makes sense. But that's where I get to backyard suites. The primary argument for keeping backyard, laneway, garage suites as a discretionary use in Calgary is both to protect the privacy and the contextual fit of new development in existing low-density neighborhoods. Because some, the above garage version suites tend to sit higher up in the rear of the lot, a discretionary review allows the city to evaluate these applications on a case-by-case basis. Now, it's suggested, much like the other day where I said appeals, development appeal board outcomes often are only about 10%. That 10% is really important. And I think that's one of the reasons why council elected to repeal blanket zoning and go back to the laborious job of dealing with individual applications, because to those individuals who ultimately are successful in objecting to an application by having that opportunity that's democratic to appear in front of you in a public hearing, all regulated in the MGA, that's our last sort of bastion of direct democracy for most of us. I really believe City Council is, to me, the most important and direct government that we deal with. I think we get less removed as we advance provincially and federally, and they deal with different things, and it's more on a global scale. But this is where the rubber meets the road, literally, with potholes, with dead trees, with all of the things that you do and have to look after. So I ask that in the second part of the bylaw that you continue to support the discretionary opportunity for the backyard suites, only because not because they're all bad or they all need to be fixed, but some do. And I think Joanne Atkins from Varsity spoke very well about it in providing a response yesterday that said they support most. And in fact, I don't even think that they have refused any, but they appreciate the opportunity to be able to respond. And that won't be there if it's permitted. So again, thank you very much for your time today, all members of council, and for the role that you play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Appreciate it. Ms. Peck, you're still on the line. You have 5 minutes whenever you begin.
Perfect, I'm here. My name is Patty Peck, as noted, and I live in the community of Bowness. I'm speaking in opposition to the amendment to make secondary suites and backyard suites permitted use. I'm going to get my words wrong, but I think everyone kind of gets the point. I feel strongly that Calgary's best interests are served through careful planning, and that local context must be considered when planning for secondary suites and backyard suites as well. I think these suites are a brilliant way to quietly increase housing options in all neighborhoods, but I don't understand why it's one or the other. Why can't we improve the planning process rather than eliminating it? That being said, I would like to suggest an amendment to this motion today. Through the Calgary River Valley Project, City administration has proposed building regulations restricting secondary suites below the designated flood elevation. So that's essentially no basement suites in the floodway, high hazard, and flood fringe zones. And I'm actually a little bit confused about what the proposed regulations allow in the groundwater and protected flood fringe zones, as basement suites are potentially allowed below the DFE, but I don't think doors and windows are. So it's a bit confusing, but regardless, work is still being done on those proposed regulations, and they will likely not be in effect until sometime in 2027. I believe if secondary suites are changed to a permitted use today, there will be a gap before administration can catch up with the flood regulations, and inappropriate secondary basement suites will appear in flood zones during that gap. For example, on my street, 6103 Bow Crescent is within the flood fringe and is the site of a current DP application in circulation that includes 8 basement secondary suites. If council votes to remove the discretion of the development authority, then the city has no tool to prevent these suites from being built. Please consider amending the proposed motion to exclude secondary suites in flood zones, restricting them outright, or at least keeping them discretionary so that the city has opportunity to ensure that they are in line with the city's flood mitigation policy. I would also like to squeak in a few comments to further to the discussion on disability access to secondary and backyard suites raised by a panelist from yesterday. I'm in a wheelchair, I'm a wheelchair user, and I think there are indefinite benefits to backyard suites as an option for accessible housing in the community. But I don't think eliminating permitting, or whatever the right word is, eliminating it as a permitted use or discretionary use is going to increase the inventory enough to justify eliminating the oversight of the discretionary process. A homeowner that is considering an additional rental suite is probably not going to choose to build a barrier-free rental suite over a basement suite or an above-garage suite. It's a business decision. Nobody is going to build a whole extra building in their backyard just to be nice. If one is being built for a family member, then a discretionary use isn't going to stop them from moving forward. Getting rid of the process creates a big ripple effect, and it isn't going to get us to the finish line of providing more accessible versions of this housing option. I would love to see real financial incentives for homeowners to build barrier-free suites. Smooth out the process for permitting barrier-free suites. Maybe triage these applications as a carrot. There are options for reducing this barrier that can keep the balance between the needs of the disabled without overriding the needs of the general public. If we really want to increase the inventory of community integrated accessible housing, how about no permits for backyard suites unless they're barrier free, with grants for tax credits to mitigate the cost of lifts and larger washrooms? I bet it would be less expensive to the taxpayer than funding facilities. Thank you very much for your time this morning and for listening. But I noted at the end, don't let that tangent distract you from my original suggested amendment to exclude basement suites in flood zones from and leaving them as a discretionary use, just to catch that gap till the regulations are in place. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peck. Appreciate it. That's the end of this particular panel. We'll move now to clarifying questions from council. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, first question is going to be for Mr. Koenig. Mr. Koenig, in your submission, you made a statement that that was factually incorrect, and I just wanted to know whether or not you were aware that increases in assessment, i.e. basement suites and or backyard suites, does not generate new revenue for the city of Calgary.
Yeah, I understand the way that taxes are calculated because it's based on what you actually budget, right? So, but the way that you can increase the pie is having more development within the city that increases the assessed value of the same amount of land and doesn't add significantly to city costs.
It does not add any revenue for the city, though. Increases in assessment does not increase the city's revenue. It's the revenue neutral calculation that we're all bound by zeroes that out.
Okay, so when you're looking at your budget come November, I'll be looking forward to seeing how you're going to address the challenge of a $27 billion unfunded infrastructure funding gap. And And so far, administration is only bringing out the usual options, which either are increase taxes, allocate taxes, decrease service levels, take on more debt, or even sell assets. And you guys have talked about nodes and corridors and things like transit-oriented development.
Sorry, Mr. Koenig,
Those
I
are ways,
don't, sorry to interrupt,
ways
but I didn't ask you that question, so it's, I didn't ask you for solutions. I asked you only if you knew about our revenue neutral calculation. I appreciate that you want to continue to go on to this issue around our infrastructure deficit, but that's not before us right now, so I'd rather not hear the rest of that response.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand that.
So that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you. Mr. Davis, you mentioned the issue around recognizing individual suites in the new land use bylaw. And I'm just curious whether or not you think that would be an opportunity for us to then engage in and finding a way to incorporate that into our property taxes, specifically by having that new development added as new revenue, i.e., as opposed to increasing the assessment, it then gets identified as growth in our tax base. Is that kind of where you were going with what you think we could achieve by having secondary suites identified? So that increase in assessment, if it gets captured as new growth, then it does actually generate new revenue for the city. Is that kind of where you were going with that?
Through the chair, no. I mean, I understand what you're suggesting. And legally, we're going to see these properties evolve. A lot of the new construction has been funded by CMHC, low-interest loans, and there's a commitment for 10 years after construction that these will be rented out. And as a result, that is kind of freezing the market for about 10 years for a lot of these. At that point, we'll probably see applications for condominium subdivision. And once you get a legal unit, I think that our assessment department, I say the cities, will be able to assess it based on it being a legal unit, no different than the unit I own in a condo. But right now, what happens is that suite, as part of legal title, gets valuated as part of the combined unit, and as a result, it probably has greater value because it's got a revenue-generating component. So I think the assessment department considers those factors.
Yeah, I think it would be valuable to look at it from that perspective because, as I mentioned with my questions to the previous person, increases in assessment does not generate new revenue for the city. And if it gets just captured as increase in assessment, it doesn't help us with our objectives because it does actually create a further burden on our infrastructure without adding revenue. So if we could at least connect the two, there would be significant value to new suites.
And again, through the chair, my experience is assessment seems to focus on different rate categories annually, and I suspect the next time they're evaluating the condo market, I think they did a few years ago, they'll be considering how council characterizes or frames these secondary units under the new zoning bylaw.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Councillor Tyers.
Yeah, Ms. Peck.
Yes?
Nice to hear from you, and thanks for all the work you do with the Bowness Flood Mitigation Society. Really interesting what you brought up about the exemption for secondary suites in the flood zone, given the current engagement that we've requested to happen. How do you see that coming forward? Because I guess in order to make it an exemption, that would be something that needed to be re-advertised. And I suppose we'd have to navigate through administration how that would work. Do you see the engagement with the flood fringe and the policies that they plan on passing for Bowness flood mitigation? Do you see that resolving first and then addressing it after that, or do you see it happening at the same time, something that we can maybe discuss at the same time? It seems to be a confusing like order of operations to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, because I don't know how quickly the secondary suites will become a permitted use if that motion passes today. But I don't think, and so I'm assuming it's a permitted use. You check all the boxes of the regulations that exist at the time. Like if somebody applies in a month or whatever, it'll be permitted as long as you check all the boxes. But the fact, I don't think that the flood zone restriction that has been proposed by administration for the flood regulations, I don't think that will come in as a checkbox on the permitted use, if I understand it correctly, until 2027, because those regulations after the public engagement won't go back to committee until Q4 of 2026. So then I don't think it'll go to city council until sometime in 2027. So there'd be like a huge gap where you'll check all the boxes on your permitted use because there isn't a rule currently about no secondary suites in like the floodway, whatever, the high hazard and the floodway and the flood fringe. But that's, and I think that'll be supported in the public engagement, because I think administration's still planning on bringing that forward as a restriction. And I don't want to speak for everyone, but I agree that they should be restricted in like those flood zones for the basement suites. So I think there's just a gap. Does that make sense? So, and for the I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. But if it doesn't need to necessarily be an exemption, but if it was part of the motion today where it's, if you wanted to make secondary suites permitted, can you make secondary suites permitted but leave things in the flood fringe or in the flood zones as is? Because they're currently wait a minute, what am I saying? They're currently discretionary. So do you need to go back to another public hearing or council if you're leaving it as is?
Yeah, these are all really good questions. Something that we can certainly talk to administration during questions of clarification. But you bring up a really good point that part of the potential flood mitigation policies coming for those flood areas involve stopping secondary suites from being built in those areas. But we're about, like, people are talking about, like what's before us, permitting them automatically. So that's definitely something that we can talk more to administration about. But I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, because I think administration would probably want a tool to say no in the interim. Like there's 8 on our block. I was trying to look through the DP. I saw another one that was like in the thick of the high hazard that had secondary suites. I just don't know if those ones are approved yet or not. I didn't go back and check. But, you know, it's not sort of like an academic question. Like there are those applications around, and then that can add up as to people that'll, you know, a little bit of groundwater flooding, and then you're out on a secondary suite, and then people will like be displaced. So it's very different. I mean, we had been arguing during the proposed regulations about, you know, like who cares if I lose exercise equipment in my basement or it's my personal property, but it's very different for a secondary suite where somebody is commercially profiting off of risk to the public and someone's going to lose like their whole house. So it's a bit of a different argument. So it stands aside as like quite important to restrict those, I think.
Yeah.
And that it would sort of be like a casualty of a sort of a planning loophole or whatever, because this gap's been created because it was sent back for more public engagement. I think otherwise the order of operations probably would have worked out, and this would have happened before this conversation today.
Okay, well, certainly going to dig into that. I appreciate you bringing it up, Patty. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tyers. Councillor Jameson.
Chris Davis, please. Morning, thanks for coming. Can you, in your best way, describe for us the differences between discretionary and permitted, specifically in public terms or community input?
Through the chair, I defer to your city solicitor on legal advice, but on my experience as a community volunteer, I still sit on the North Glenmore Redevelopment Committee in Ward 11, and I'm involved in the Homeowners Association at Discovery Ridge. And I've been in Park Hill Stanley Park Community Association as well. I can respond from
Why
that
does this
experience.
matter, though? That's what I want to know. Like, the difference between discretionary and permitted, why does this matter so much to community?
Through the chair, thank you, and thanks for clarifying. It matters because if it's permitted, if an application's permitted and meets all the rules and ticks all the boxes, there is no response that I can make as a affected resident or as a community. So I then, and it's a bit of a loophole maybe that should be fixed. Historically, there's no advertising, much like the notification page on the city's website for approved discretionary permits. There is no advertising for permitted. Arguably, that leaves permitted uses open to appeal until such time as a community or a resident finds out about it. That starts the 21-day appeal period. Bit of a loophole that might deserve some examination in the new zoning bylaw. That said, if I find an error in a permitted use, when and if I finally get the documentation, and I can then appeal. So it does kind of leave it open. There's still an opportunity to appeal, but I have to have a certain degree of expertise to be able to pore through the plans and documents to find an error. And they can be found. Not always, but there is, again, a percentage where these things slip through. There's a lot of pressure on planning staff to turn these things over quickly. So it's not it's understandable that occasionally things get missed. The discretionary application, the benefit is that I'm generally going to be circulated as a community association. I'm going to get notice as a neighbor through either the community association or from my development committee in the community. There's going to be a little more oversight and transparency to the process. And if I review that application and I find it has fault or concern, I have then the right within 21 days of that notice to file an appeal for $200 and a few good reasons. And then that process unfolds. And nothing's ever perfect, but the Subdivision Development Appeal Board does an exemplary job at offering citizens and developers and anyone in the community a forum in which they can review their concerns, have them weighed and measured. And I think often my experience is that folks leaving the Development Appeal Board process, now virtual, they feel better about things having gone through that process. It helps to validate outcomes. It helps to explain how the city staff may have reached their conclusions, and it allows the city to hear from the community. So short and simple, permitted, no opportunity to really respond, or very little. Discretionary, much wider opportunity, and I think a better overall public outcome.
So you did mention that the appeals, though, very few are ever successfully overturned anyways. But if I'm hearing you correctly, giving neighbors the opportunity or the voice is the key. Is that what I'm hearing? Because permitted takes that away.
Through the chair, yes. And one of the benefits of discretionary is that while I can come down to City Hall and get an opportunity on an appointment to go and examine the plans on the screen, and it's not an overly transparent and fluid process, but it does exist. But if I file an appeal, for $200, I get to see all the documents. And that's a good thing, because sometimes being able to see everything will help clarify how the planning department reached the decision to approve or refuse that it did. And so, to me, even if you only have a modest percentage, 15, 20% of matters that do get overturned on appeal, that still provides that check or relief valve that I think everyone is in need of.
Well, I agree. I think it's good to have checks and balances. I agree with you. I think it's really good to have, a checkpoint, and that's essentially what the discretionary use is. So, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson, and I wanted to just offer compliments to Councillor Jameson here. Those are great clarifying questions right up until the very end. I just want to remind everyone, in terms of clarifying questions, let's all be more like Councillor Jameson there. Councillor Panagopoulos, you're up next.
Mr. Davis, yeah, thanks. One last, just picking up on the permitted. Just follow the logic here. Discretionary allows for Calgarians to comment. Is there any situation where permitted makes sense in any situation?
Through the chair, great question. Of course, and there is, but in much the same way that you instructed the administration to go out and test the 75 unit per hectare to 60 unit per hectare and get a report back, I would suggest that any permitted use needs to go through that kind of examination to determine that if there really is potential for objection to that application. If there will be many uses, like it used to be that restaurants in the inner city required parking, and for years it was a real tough thing for restaurants to go out and secure parking, especially in the Beltline and downtown. And finally, we reached a threshold where we had enough population density that we didn't have to have a car-centric policy. So the need for parking was removed from the land use bylaw, and a lot of these uses became permitted because over time, the perception evolved and changed, and what used to be maybe controversial is now accepted. And that's not to say that in a few years' time that laneway backyard suites won't have gone through that test of time and experience, and it may evolve to becoming permitted. But I still believe that we're still in a point in time where discretionary makes sense.
See, that's a very different, and I agree 100% with that. And I think when people just arbitrarily say discretionary, I think permitted is a better way because it gives standardization to community. So without that, there's arguably chaos. If we had an R1 that didn't have permitted build forms, et cetera, there would be chaos because every single person would comment. Is that a fair assessment? Like permitted gives certainty because you know there's a black box, you know exactly a height, a width, a depth, all the forms, and as a community you know exactly. Wouldn't it be better to then change the rules instead of having a discretionary? Because what you just identified is we're going to identify 10 issues in Calgary, and our admin just did. They said the size, the roof ease, and I think it was a parking. The third was parking. So we did that. We went through and they amended that. Wouldn't you agree with that having permitted gives standardization, we've gone through, and then the better solution is to change the actual policy to meet the needs of Calgarians versus having discretionary everywhere?
Through the chair to Councillor Panagopoulos, I think you're heading in the right direction. That, and as an example, in greenfield development, there is no need for a development permit at all. And it makes sense because generally there's nobody living where they're building those homes, and having a development permit process would be unnecessary red tape. So over the years, the city has worked with Build, and before that the UDI, to come up with rules that made sense. And again, to answer your question, Councillor, these rules will evolve and be tested, and I think we're still in that testing phase where we're trying to come up with solutions. And I will say from experience, I was at an appeal yesterday where second-story windows on a proposed new infill were looking right into the backyard of the next door property. And because of its elevation, even the first story was looking in. And the appeal board was able to say, let's glaze or obscure those windows. That didn't get picked up in the process. Because it was discretionary, it got picked up. In future, maybe we'll have a rule that says wherever side windows are overlooking a neighboring yard amenity area, they shall be obscured, and then that rule is accepted. That becomes then maybe one more thing that we can say we've ticked all the boxes, that should be permitted. But I just don't think we're there yet.
I agree with you. That evolution is critically important. I think it's not just a yes or no, it's how do we make it better. You mentioned red tape, and thank you. That was probably my final. Administration did say that generally a permitted use has a shorter approval time, review time, maybe not review time, approval time, than a permitted use. You've got a lot of experience. That's a fair assessment. It's factually correct. Reduction of red tape that you're not having a review when 98% are approved.
Through the chair, I support the reduction of red tape, although I did hear one time that the government was removing red tape, but they were doing it by cutting it lengthwise. So we need to cut red tape in half, and if we can find a way to move something to permitted, what it does do is it removes some delay. So if it's, otherwise I have to go through advertising, that's going to take a week to 10 days. Then there's a 21-day appeal period. If there's no appeal, that's, maybe a month of extra delay. That's really what we're facing. It's important. Every little bit helps, but it's also not insurmountable. And I think a month of delay, while we're still trying to figure out all the rules, maybe supports the need to preserve discretion for the immediate future.
And I think the way that this council is, the 1 month delay or more for the 2% that are rejected. But Mr. Davis, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to chat and get your perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Panagopoulos. Councillor Schmidt.
Yes. Mr. Davis, a couple more quick questions. So basement suites 99% get through and backyard 98%. So is the testing, do we need to get to 99% to make permitted, to say that permitted is, that's the threshold for us?
Through the chair, I don't know. I know the number is high. I didn't know that it was that high. But whatever it is, I heard from some of the presenters that currently there may not be sufficient awareness or information about some of these discretionary applications. And we still, my observation is there are still elements of the backyard suite, not secondary, but the backyard version that have still brought the need for oversight. So I still fall back to my belief that I expressed earlier, which is if there is some number that are still being successful in the appeal process, then I think it's still worthwhile to preserve that democratic response.
So then it needs to be 100%. So we probably shouldn't do basement suites either.
No, with respectfully, through the chair, I don't know your numbers. I need to do that research, but I'll put it this way. That modeling and testing, I think, needs to come before council. I haven't seen it here. And I believe that we are to the point where secondary suites within a built form meet that threshold. Whether it's 1% or 5% or 10%, I think council will make that determination. I don't think we're there yet with the backyard suite version.
Okay, and so semi-detached and single family are permitted uses. And the max height of a backyard suite is 7.5 meters. The max height of, say, a single family is 10.6 meters. So if height is a concern, then, we have instances where a single family home is bigger than a multifamily and has more site and overreach perhaps into a backyard because of its height. So is that something that maybe we should bring back and model and test? Because the height is pretty big on some of those.
Yeah, again, through the chair, I'm not going to say it's a straw man, but I am going to say that bringing up new infill, yes, they can be high. I know we're looking at 11, 10 meters adjustments, grade differentials, but it is important to recognize that the single detached or semi-detached still restricted to 45%, so we still don't have the same massing as perhaps other infills. And with respect to the 7.5 meter height for accessory buildings in which a backyard suite would be located, I think it's important to think about context, because a lot of the time those backyard suites are going into communities where the height of the roof is 5 meters. So we're talking about, you know, post-war bungalows and semi-detached and split levels, where a 7.5 meter backyard suite will be the highest built form in that area. So that's why we're still dealing with that sensitivity as we evolve our communities. Bungalows will continue to be a viable option. I currently appreciate bungalows, and they will still be there. But we are seeing communities evolve, and that's part of this, this process that we're going through.
Just finally, I do have the data highlights right here. 99% of secondary suites and 98% of backyard suite applications have been approved over the past 10 years. Every backyard suite application that was refused has requested a relaxation. So what happens, since you definitely know this, if there's a relaxation requested on a permitted use, what happens?
Well, through the chair, to respond to the question, if there's a relaxation, a permitted use is considered to be discretionary, which would allow an appeal process to occur.
So then you'd agree, based on this data, that even if we make these permitted, the backyard suite applications based on the data we have that were refused would still be refused because they would become a discretionary use.
Well, again, through the chair, a refusal by administration doesn't necessarily translate to how that process has been picked up on an appeal process. So refusal might just mean that administration generally is approving these applications. I would be more interested in the statistics that showed the number of backyard suites that went to appeal and then the results of those appeal processes.
But what the data says is that even if they were permitted, they would still go to discretionary and then still potentially be appealed, because what we're seeing is that any suite that didn't request a relaxation was approved.
Again, through the chair, you're being asked as council to adjust some of those rules and expectations. So if we increase the size of the allowable backyard suite and we limit discretion to the development authority to 10%, will we in turn be getting bigger versions of that outcome? I think that I'm starting to engage in some debate, and I'm happy to do that over a coffee, but perhaps not here.
But I guess what I heard was that perhaps the relaxation or the rule changes are the problem, but if we don't approve those and maybe approve the permitted use on the existing rules, then maybe that's an elegant solution. But I'm engaging in debate now, so thank you for the answer.
And I will thank you both for recognizing that we're engaging in debate. A reminder for all of council, clarifying questions, not debate, not even probing questions, just clarifying questions. And you can see Madam Clerk keeps giving me sticky notes for more people who are signing up. I believe that is the end of our questions for this panel. So I will thank Mrs. Koenig, Davis, and Ms. Peck for their time, and just recognize to council it took us 50 minutes to get through those three. So not saying anything, but I'm saying something. All right, let's assemble our next panel here then. I'm going to go with the new names that I've been given because I've called all the names on the previous list. But Mr. Robinson, you were on the phone bridge with us earlier. Are you still there?
I am.
We'll have you as our first up when I assemble this panel. Helga Vandernoot. I'm sorry, I don't have a pronunciation for your name. I apologize if I got that wrong. Helga, are you with us?
That's totally correct, and yes, I'm with you.
Oh, excellent. We'll have you up second then. Kendra Wanamaker. Kendra, are you with us? Not yet. Lisa Poole.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. You'll be third up for us. Go back to the beginning of the list here for some of the names that we called earlier. Noah Davis, Ziana Kotadia, Sean Heffel, Jane Ebern, pardon me, Rachel Bembridge, Shamir Goddard, Mariana Mejas Salazar, Pat Gilmud, Karen Arndt, Leslie Farrar, Henry Engelking, Tyler Wells, Gene Welder, or Allison Hayter. Not hearing any of those. Paul Augustine?
Yes.
Excellent, Paul. You will be fourth up for us. And again, I'll say, Kendra Wanamaker, are you on the line? Okay, then we have our panel of four here. We will kick it off with Mr. Robinson, then Ms. Vandernout, Ms. Poole, and Mr. Augustine. Mr. Robinson, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. So there are two issues before you today, the secondary suites, 1 basement suites and 2 backyard suites. I'll speak briefly to basement suites. I think we've heard something coming pretty close to a consensus. Folks don't have a problem with basement suites. We know that they're a flexible, low-cost form of housing that can help address our housing issues. It's also my view that regulating basement suites through the zoning or development permit channels is an improper way to handle issues that may arise from allowing basement suites. And I'm happy to answer more questions on that. I think the issue which has deserved more attention today are the backyard suites. So the motion before you contemplates adding backyard suites essentially to 3 zones, although it's on paper 11 or 12. The first group are the RCG and RMP zones, and I think this is a fairly simple one. If you permit a 10.5 meter high row house on a lot, I think that permitting a 7.5 meter high backyard suite is sort of consistent with the bill form. You can have a disagreement about where it's appropriate to have RG or RCG, but if you're already allowing this townhouse densification, adding a backyard suite to me seems completely consistent. And it has been, the rule in RG for some years that backyard suites are a permitted use. That brings us to the RC2 district. And we heard from administration that this was the place where a lot of the backyard suites were being added. RC2, post blanket down zoning, is a zone which primarily exists in the inner city, in the core areas. And I hesitate to repeat my argument again, but all of these taxpayer-funded services, these amenities and these job opportunities should be made accessible to more people. Backyard suites are just another way to accomplish this. The last area that we would talk about backyard suites is in the RC1 district, in the various associated districts, the single detached districts. And building a backyard suite in these areas is actually usually uneconomical. You heard earlier that, it's going to take $250 or $300K to build one. You're not going to recoup that cost in rental income. But they get built nonetheless in modest numbers. I believe 250 a year in the last 2 years and, fewer before that. What's going on here? So the city doesn't keep stats on, who's building or what the details, the personal details of people building them. But there have been some studies on this. So Vancouver found that about 90% of these were developed by owner-occupants. Edmonton found that at any given time, over half were occupied by immediate relatives or close friends of the owner, and that over a longer period of time, a much larger proportion were at one point occupied by a relative. Furthermore, the rental differential between commercial rents for the backyard suite and rental rates to family and friends is unsurprisingly quite significant. What is happening with backyard suites in our C1 neighborhoods is this is a form of privately developed, subsidized housing. This is cases where homeowners are subsidizing the housing for a close friend, a relative, and very often a relative who has some form of disability. And so the reason that the subsidized form of housing in the backyard suite is appropriate for them is that the gains are not, on the cost of the backyard suite. It's the family form and support that the backyard suite enables. We've heard a lot about the rights of the neighbors to be insulated from whatever irritates them about the backyard suite. Okay, fair enough. Let's balance those rights against the rights of property owners to use their own property to care for their own family members at their own expense. I think that we need to be a little bit more serious about understanding that somebody who owns a home, owns a piece of property, in my view, has the moral right to use that property to care for their family member if that's what their family member needs and they have the means and the willingness to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. You are at time there. Appreciate you being here today. Okay, next up is Ms. Van Veternote. I'm going to say your name about 4 different times. I apologize. Helga, you're up. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for having me here when you've already been listening to many, many people. But I felt compelled to speak to you because I was looking out of the window yesterday and today again and many other days, and this matters. In May, City Council decided to rescind the climate emergency that it had declared not even 5 years earlier. Not because it thought climate change is not a thing, but because it was deemed performative. And I quote a council member, I think it is not more performance that is needed at this point. I think it is action. And what council has in front of it today is a prime example of such action potential. Denser, less sprawled out cities allow for more active transport like walking and biking and less car dependency. It allows for public transport that the city can actually afford. Cutting red tape for secondary and backyard suites would contribute to such density. It would also free up time for City Council to work on other mitigating measures in terms of climate change. Importantly, allowing for such backyard suites as a permitted use or switching to a permitted use would also contribute enormously to the other aspect of climate change action, which is adaptation. We currently have neighbors living on the street that cannot protect themselves from the atrocious air quality out there because they are unhoused. We have people living in less than ideal indoor conditions just because there is such a shortage of housing that they cannot move when Weather Canada is simultaneously saying, open the windows to deal with high temperatures, don't open your windows to deal with the skies that we're seeing today. So both from a mitigation and an adaptation perspective, more housing, denser housing, and therefore secondary and backyard suites are a critical, as a permitted use, are a critical measure. During the climate change emergency rescinding hearing, it was said that it is not prudent for a city to exist in a permanent state of emergency. But I beg you, look out the window, treat it as the emergency it is, and take the very practical action of making both secondary suites and backyard suites permitted use. All of our neighbors deserve to be housed, and denser, less car-dependent cities have a direct impact on our crisis, whether you believe it is a crisis or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Veron. Sorry, apologies. Ms. Poole, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lisa Poole. I have been following the proceedings and was compelled to call in because of a line of questioning by Councillor Pantazopoulos. And yes, I actually can pronounce his name. I think some members of council need to practice. Let me start by emphasizing, as many other speakers have previously stated, basement suites and backyard suites are materially different as it pertains to their impact on the surrounding neighbors. Not every parcel in every neighborhood is a suitable candidate. If we want to move towards permitted use for backyard suites, it is imperative that the public is involved in determining the parameters. This has not happened. All stakeholders need to be included in the conversation. The last few years, the public has been excluded from providing input on important planning and development issues on the grounds that we lack planning expertise or there is not enough time to involve the public.
Still have you with us, Ms. Poole? We appear to have maybe lost her on the line. With that, just taking a look at the timer, if we can just make note of 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Thank you for stopping the timer, clerks. If Ms. Poole rejoins us here before we close the public hearing, we'll let her pick up where she left off, if that's all right. But seeing that she appears to be no longer with us on the line.
Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Perfect. We paused your timer at 3 minutes and 44 seconds. So if you'd like to continue, please do so.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, let me just. Okay. The last few years, the public has been excluded from providing input on important planning and development issues on the grounds that we lack planning expertise or there's not enough time to involve the public. And as you've heard both this week and during the public hearing to repeal blanket rezoning, the public is very knowledgeable and has valuable input. The city needs to stop sidelining the people who will be most impacted. Increasing the maximum allowable space has not been discussed with the public. Relaxing the chamfer rules has not been discussed with the public. Parking minimums have not been discussed with the public. Making backyard suites permitted use has not been discussed with the public. So let's take the time to get it right. We need to have a balanced approach that includes the perspectives of all stakeholders. The public is becoming more and more frustrated with being excluded. And I would suggest that the duration of this public hearing is a reflection of the poor engagement that has been conducted on these planning matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poole. Appreciate you being here today. Stand by in case any council members have any questions for you. Mr. Augustine, you have 5 minutes from whenever you begin.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, Honorable Mayor and councillors. My name is Paul Augustine, as you heard, and I live in Ward 1, Thank you again for this opportunity to speak. My talk briefly covers 7 points. Next slide, please. I am in favor of permitted uses for secondary suites if fully compliant with the land use bylaw. Second point is I'm in opposition to permitted uses for backyard suites, and they should remain discretionary. You've heard this before, but I think it's worth reiterating. Calgary's current land use bylaw does not adequately address the complex planning and compatibility issues associated with backyard suites. There are other guiding documents being used, backyard suites, how to guide, as well as the policy to guide discretion for secondary suites and backyard suites. Both of these could use an update as they were last updated or amended in 2019. The SDAB has overturned several development authority approvals, some which have been deemed fully compliant with the bylaws. This substantiates the land use bylaw needs to become more comprehensive and tested before permitted use is considered. Next slide, please. Three, I recommend Calgary reduce the maximum backyard suite size to be comparable to Edmonton. The Calgary bylaw allows for backyard suites that are larger than many other cities in Canada. Smaller backyard suites would improve compatibility with existing neighborhood character, improve privacy, and reduce shadowing and massing of adjacent properties, and still accommodate density intensification. Next slide, please. This table compares backyard dimensions for Edmonton and Calgary. For the zoning bylaws, maximum height for backyard suites in Edmonton is 6.8 meters versus Calgary at 7.5 meters, 10% difference. Backyard maximum second story floor area in Edmonton is 66 square meters, assuming internal stairs to the second level, compared to Calgary's supposed 85 square meters, a 29% difference. Edmonton also has an accessibility provision for the second story for a maximum up to 76 square meters. Next slide, please. 4, I recommend backyard suites not be permitted in yards that border neighborhood green space walkways. Backyard suites adjacent to narrow green space walkways diminish the intended openness created by the combination of public green space and private rear yards. Maintaining this open character contributes to community amenities. Next slide, please. I'm in opposition to eaves being exempt from the maximum building height. My understanding is this reduces the maximum building height calculated and thus increases the intrusion of backyard suites for adjacent properties. It would have been helpful if the city had provided a diagram to clarify this. 6, I'm in opposition to zero parking stalls, backyard suites. We need a designated parking stall for backyard suites. For those who live in these backyard suites, they need a parking stall that they can be confident in and call upon. And next slide, please. I recommend decreasing grants for backyard suites that are used for short-term rentals. I feel grant money should be spent on development that provides longer-term accommodation. This is for information. Cities like Toronto and Vancouver restrict short-term rental to only principal residences, mainly to improve housing availability and affordability, and to discourage investor-driven concentration of short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Augustine. I'm not seeing any questions in the queue for any of these panelists, so rather than tempting fate here, I will simply thank Ms. Poole, Ms. Vandernout, Mr. Augustine, and Mr. Robinson. Okay, I've gone through the entire list, called all the names twice this morning, so what I'm going to do here now is first open it up to anyone else who's on the phone bridge who would like to speak to item 7.3.3, land use bylaw amendments to make secondary suites and backyard suites permitted uses. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak to this?
Yes, this is Jean Weller.
Jean Weller. Thank you very much, Jean. Hold on a second. Is there anyone else on the phone who would like to speak to this?
This is Kendra Wanamaker.
Kendra, excellent. Hold up. You'll be number 2 on our list then. Anyone else on the phone who'd like to speak to this? And is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak to this? I think we mainly have administration in the gallery with us, so they'll have their opportunity in a few minutes. Excellent. Then we will go ahead with our panel of 2 here. Ms. Weller, Jean, you are up first. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for paying attention for such a long period of time. It's been another rough go. I'm here to share with you my opposition to the listing of secondary suites and backyard suites as permitted use in low-density residential districts, and actually more specifically in neighborhoods in flood zones. And for a couple, I guess what I'd like to do is tag on to what Patty Peck said. One of the things she missed in her address is that the Calgary River Valleys project is also considering a change to the bylaws such that there cannot be an increase in the number of dwelling units in the high hazard and flood fringe. And I believe the reason for that is for public safety. And for me personally, I just really don't think we should be putting more people in harm's way, especially during an evacuation situation like we had in 2013. I'd also like to say that, backyard suites are certainly a greater negative impact to neighbors than secondary suites. Joanne Atkins and Melanie Swales last night, I guess Joanne this morning, Melanie yesterday, provided some really good examples of really intrusive backyard suites. So the right for communities to be notified of such developments is really important, so that they have a chance to look through the plans, comment on the plans, and if necessary, make an appeal. And that just won't happen if it's under permitted use. So I guess my main point today is to highlight the gap between the Calgary River Valleys, the gap in time between, the regulations coming back to be changed for flood zones and what's before you today. And that's of great concern for me. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to take questions. Hi, did you hear me?
Yep, we can still hear you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. Appreciate you taking the time. I recognize, Council, there was a couple of side conversations going on there, so I just want to, Councilor Winus, do you want to call a question of privilege here, just so that we can make sure
No,
that...
it's been resolved. It's good.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, then we're going to continue on our list here with Ms. Wanamaker. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Council. I apologize. I have not written a witty speech for you today, and I couldn't be there in person. So while I'm worried that this means I will stand out less in your memory, I thought it was still important to call in and voice my support for making suites permitted use. Additionally, after watching administration's presentation, I thought the 2 easements they brought forward were well considered and data-driven and seem very minor in the scope of things. So I will admit that I'm being selfish and advocating for permitted use backyard suites. It's always been my mother's grand plan that she is going to build a backyard suite when she grows old so that they can age in place. So this may well be a process that I have to navigate at one point in the future. Additionally, I think this is a small ask for slight density in our city. Part of the reason I found it so frustrating that the repeal went forward without a plan is because small compromises like this now feel like a whole new debate, a whole new starting place, a whole new kind of being asked to negotiate again when this is still part of that same conversation. And so I keep hearing, I support housing, but, and as I said earlier, this really feels like death by 1,000 buts. A lot of people have come out in support of keeping things discretionary because it helps kind of negotiate things with neighbors. But I have seen many examples of people able to negotiate without the heavy hand of government threatening to kill the whole project if they don't listen. If street parking is the problem, then maybe owning second and third cars should be a discretionary use that we bring before council.
Oh, shut up.
The person who said shut up, you are not on mute.
Yeah, could we ask for some decorum, please? Anyone who is not currently Ms. Wanamaker, please mute yourself. Please continue, Ms. Wanamaker.
Thank you. On the other hand, I've heard many people gleeful that they have bankrupted someone or made the project financially infeasible, and so it can't go forward, which doesn't really feel like a good compromise neighbor building process. Yeah, I don't know. I heard a lot of talk about like, oh, the 1% of suites that are rejected are so important, but I've heard this anecdote that if you are scheduled for a hearing right before lunch, the judge is more likely to find you guilty. So I think that fairness is more about having clear rules that people can navigate ahead of time and understand and are applied uniformly across the board, rather than having council kind of, depending on how they're feeling that day, apply the rules slightly differently. So if those 1% of cases have something fatally flawed, that should be made into a rule and made clear to everyone and then applied uniformly. Yeah, I think that's the whole of my speech. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wanamaker. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions from council for any of these panelists? I'm not seeing any at this time. So we will call it maybe one last, oh, sorry, Councillor Clark, you're up.
Yes, Ms. Wanamaker? Are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Yep.
I just wanted to sincerely apologize for what you experienced during your speaking there. That's completely inappropriate and not befitting this this chamber or this public hearing. So on behalf of my council colleagues, I just want to apologize that that happened to you, and I appreciated your remarks and appreciate that you took the time to be our potentially last speaker.
Oh, thank you.
And not seeing any other questions here, we will close that panel and say thank you to both Ms. Wanamaker and Ms. Weller. I'll open it up again. Is there anyone else on the phone bridge who would like to speak to this item? Anyone else on the phone bridge who'd like to speak to it? Anyone else in the chamber who'd like to speak to it? Not seeing or hearing any, we'll close the public hearing, and I will pass this back over to the mayor to take us through what comes next.
All right, I'm getting still set up on Teams here. Give me a wave if you have questions of clarification for administration. Councillor Tires? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just following up on what Ms. Peck had brought up. Yeah, so can administration expand on the issues that were raised regarding permitted use for secondary suites in the flood area, particularly in communities like Bowness? We know that the city is seeking engagement currently as part of their potential flood bylaws to restrict secondary suites in that area through the new flood zone regulation bylaws, and it's currently in the process of engagement. So there seems to be a gap that exists wherein these suites can be built for now, but likely not in the future. Can you please speak to that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. So for secondary suites in the floodway, if council passes this bylaw today, a development permit is still required. That's a current land use bylaw rule. Additional rules apply to suites for other areas like the flood fringe, and the proposed land use bylaw changes for floods that are coming to you at the end of the year will allow for the development authority to attach additional conditions to permitted use suites that change the design of those suites in order to accommodate them in those areas.
Okay, so does that require action from council today in order to consider that during this engagement? Obviously, it's a very important part that can't be missed. Does it require action from us, or can that just be done automatically through the process that you guys are already going through right
Through the chair, administration believes that the current rules in the land use bylaw, excuse me, grant enough authority to administration to control for those potential impacts.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I believe that is it. Thank you so much.
Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you. I just have one question for clarification. This bylaw is not proposing that both secondary suite and backyard suite will be allowed on same parcel?
Through the chair, that is correct. Only one secondary suite and only one backyard suite.
Both.
Or one backyard suite are allowed.
Or?
Okay, or. A dwelling unit cannot have a secondary suite and a backyard suite. They have to choose between one or the other.
Okay, great. One other question. How many backyard suites were approved in 2025?
In 2025? Through the chair, are you referring to backyard suites applications that are submitted individually or in conjunction with other development at the time?
In conjunction.
290.
Oh, sorry, individually, just individually.
Individually, approximately 190.
109?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And how many so far in 2026?
I don't have the 2026 numbers in.
Okay. Last question is $10 million. Is it fully exhausted for the grant?
Through the chair, questions for the incentive program? Yes.
Okay,
I'm
great.
seeing nods. So.
That's it. That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. I just want to ask a little bit more about accessibility. So we hear accessibility saying, oh, if we build it, it's accessible. But to be truly accessible, you need wider door frames, you need elevators. And so how is your metric of what is truly accessible versus what is branded accessible when it comes to secondary suites and backyard suites?
Good afternoon, council members good afternoon, council. I'm one of the development authorities, so our team of about 30 people review the backyard suite applications. When somebody comes up and proposes something be accessible, we do have the ability to circulate to our building regs department to make sure it meets certain accessibility standards. Within the report, you can see one of the things that we've asked for is more flexibility around suite size. Often things like elevators, larger washrooms lead to us issuing relaxations to allow a more accessible suite, to allow these building code things. With the amendments in Section 3 of the bylaw, it actually takes those out so they're no longer a relaxation, thus giving Calgarians more flexibility to design within that envelope that would exist.
Okay, and then do you happen to have the data of how many applications came in saying they were accessible but really weren't accessible and were forced to be accessible through the process?
Sorry, Joshua Howes, Program Manager for Suites. Right now, we don't have data on the existing suites, but in the incentive program of 330 that have signed up, 50 of them have signed up for the additional funds that we've made available for accessibility. And there is a list online of exactly what those features and functions that are required to make the suite accessible. We also allow for non-standard mobility accessibility issues. So if somebody has sight impairment, we can make a modified based off of a consultant's review of the fact that the suite is designed to a standard that meets what they would require as well.
Good, thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Councillor Schmidt next, please.
Thank you. Just to be clear one more time, because we heard it from several presenters. Are any of these changes decreasing parking to zero?
Through the chair, that's a complicated question. The fundamental result is that on-site parking, there will be 2 parking stalls on the property, and where there's 1 dwelling unit and 1 suite. The way that we arrive at that final result is where there are already 2 parking stalls on the property for the main dwelling unit, then the secondary suite or backyard suite does not have to provide an additional parking stall, resulting in 3 on the property. Where that dwelling unit only has 1 parking stall currently, then the backyard suite or the secondary suite would be required to provide an additional parking stall on the property.
Okay, so essentially, any stall that we have one-to-one parking is a way that you could say that, is that if there's already sort of a surplus parking stall based on the rules of the existing property, then that one can be used for the suite. If there's not a surplus parking stall, then they have to put in a parking stall.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. We also heard some issues around the advertisement of these changes. Was this bylaw advertised to the public?
Through the chair, administration followed all legal processes required to advertise this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Does changing this to permitted use increase the risk of illegal suites being built?
Through the chair, I would say that some of the biggest takeaways from the 2018 suites conversation in Calgary has been that improvements to the approval process incentivize people to go through that process. If the process is faster, cheaper, easier, then more people go through that process and less people go through no process and result in illegal and potentially unsafe suites.
I'm just going to jump in as chair. I know that some of the questions or line of questioning is not necessarily what's before us, but I view the questions of clarification as a really important opportunity to close the loop in terms of what we heard from the public. So I'm going to grant a little bit more latitude here with Councillor Schmidt's questioning, because we have the opportunity to address some of the concerns, misinformation, or frustrations that the community has. So I know many of you were probably taking notes as the public hearing was conducted, and you wanted the opportunity to be able to raise what was heard from the public to you. So I'm going to grant a little bit of latitude here. Go ahead.
I'm fairly certain my remaining 2 questions will be quite relevant. So the 2% of suites that didn't fall into that 98% of approvals, will the change to permitted use prevent us from still seeing any suites that create issues from being caught?
Through the chair, a permitted use with a relaxation can be refused by the Development Authority. Administration anticipates that by shifting backyard suites to permitted use, the compliance with the land use bylaw rules will increase, the overall amount of relaxations will decrease, and that's the case.
Mr. Chair, just to add a little bit about the process that exists to review these suites. Permitted or discretionary, when a backyard suite gets applied for, we measure all the rules. We send the file to NMAX if they want to see it, to make sure we don't have conflicts with overhead lines. We send it to building regs. So that initial review is a full-bodied review. The initial review between a permitted and discretionary isn't different. The difference would only be where there is that relaxation element, and if there is a need to have some discretion exercised on that.
Okay, thank you. Finally, the changes to that 10% relaxation that is applied for currently in the discretionary use, if that is changed, does that increase in interior space have the potential to improve accessibility outcomes?
Through the chair, I think that question lends nicely to the earlier question. Yes. By providing more certainty and a more clear box to the people designing these, they have a better idea of what they are allowed to do. And what we tend to see, and we have experienced through other development forms where we've enabled the rules more so, we tend to see a higher quality product because people aren't trying to fit everything in a small little box. They have more flexibility to decide how it fits their needs, and we rely on that overall set of rules that were described at the initial presentation to balance everything out.
Okay, and then my final question, this one might be difficult to answer, but do we know that when that 10% relaxation is applied for, are there instances where that is denied, or is that typically something that is allowed as a relaxation?
Through the chair, administration looked at the relaxation data for backyard suite approvals, and we found that that 10% is granted on nearly a third of applications. And the structure of the backyard suite rules is quite comprehensive. It's quite complicated. And so, just the number of rules that backyard suites have to control those impacts lends itself to more relaxations.
Okay, and then I guess I do have one more question. With the chamfer rule change as well, when that relaxation is applied for, I guess the same question, do we know how often that is denied, or is that something that is typically allowed and survives review from the development authority?
We'll provide the statistic about that in a minute, but through the chair, I just want to emphasize that we're relaxing only the eave, but it's actually the eave of the building that people notice when they're standing beside a house. They often can't see the peak, they can see the eave. What this does by taking the eave out of part of the consideration for relaxation is it gives more design flexibility to do a nice eave that defines the house and brings the perception of that height down, while making sure we still have the overall height to control the overall form of the house, or the backyard suite.
Through the chair, of the 137 applications requesting a relaxation in 2025, 56 of them were for this rule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Johnston next.
Once the half funding runs out, if it hasn't already, do we foresee the number of applications dropping to that before half funding was implemented?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, we are incentivizing it, but we're paving a path, right? Right now, we have a lower number of backyard suites. The process has not been perfected. And so we do expect to see, as we perfect this path, that we'll see an increase in backyard suites, but certainly the incentive is drawing numbers that we don't expect necessarily to continue. There are 3 other pillars to the backyard suite program that aren't directly associated with incentive, around procedure, education, and can't think of the other one right now, but yeah, so there's another number of pieces that we're doing to continue to encourage, but we expect the numbers to decrease post-incentive.
Decrease, right?
Applications will decrease post-incentive.
Because suite applications fell from 9,200 in 2024 to 6,800 in 2025. That's a 26% drop with the half funding still intact.
Not sure exactly where the numbers that you're getting. Are you talking secondary and backyard included?
Yes.
Yeah, so we saw an increase in applications throughout the entire time of the incentive program. In the first year, 4,800 up from 28 registered, and then 6,200 registered last year. And we do, with the funding ending and no longer available and a wait list in place right now, I suspect this year we'll see less than the 6,200 registered this year.
Through the chair, it's also important to note that since the number of secondary suites that is built is relatively high, they are also affected by larger kind of economic considerations in terms of the overall housing starts of the city.
When we say registered suites, does that include suites that were already existing but then became registered? Do you guys track those?
Yeah, so there's a couple of programs that the city has run over the years. Right now, we still have an amnesty in place to support people that had illegal suites that are bringing them up to the safety requirements. Every one of those suites, along with a brand new build in a single family home, is considered a registered suite. And so all of them have a count in the registration numbers.
And to add to that, through the chair, in the early years of the registration program, the majority of suites were, as you described, previously existing illegal suites that became legal and registered. Currently, it is mostly new suites becoming legal and registered.
Are those new registered suites counted as a new housing start or a new door?
They are, yeah.
Even
So-
though they were a house before, they are now considered a new housing start.
Well, they have an additional unit within them.
But they was already there.
Through the chair, illegal suites are not necessarily counted as housing starts.
So how many of the new housing starts could be attributed
It's
registering?
Yeah, so of the 26,000 registered legal suites, about 9,800 or some are in some way, shape, or form associated with the amnesty program, which would lead to, there was something there before that needed to be turned into a safe legal suite. And they've met now all the building code requirements.
I wonder if we should differentiate those just to push out that number. Seems disingenuous, but just going from 91 days, say, from application to occupancy down to 31, I really want to get granular on this, is what accounts for those 60 days that would be saved? Like, what specifically is being saved within the process? Man hours, application, crossing T's, I's? Yeah.
Through the chair, sorry, to clarify, are you referring to the secondary suite timelines or the backyard suite timelines?
This is on slide 10, claims 91 days saved from application to occupancy.
Through the chair, this is from the presentation?
Yeah, the second presentation.
The supplementary slides?
Yeah.
Mind just referring to the page number? If we could just all get it up on the screen and read it together.
I don't think, yeah, I think that is potentially.
That's the one?
I think that's the one.
So through the chair, to describe this graph, the top bar is the 2023 secondary suite development continuum timeline, when the majority of secondary suites were a discretionary use. The bottom bar is the 2025 secondary suite development approval timeline when they were a permitted use, exclusively a permitted use. And so the vast majority of that time savings on administration's side is through the removal of that development permit application. And so with that development permit application taking a median of 35-ish days, that process is reduced. But on the applicant side, that time is reduced from them having to create that submission, create those plans. And so that's responsible for the majority of that timeline.
And there's no way to be more efficient on those that you've kind of eliminated on there.
May I try and quantify? I'll try and quantify that within our team. Our team is made of 30 people, and half of them review new houses, and the other half review relaxations, backyard suites, business applications. Since suites have gone down to permitted uses, we have one person that reviews all suite applications, just one. It doesn't need to get shared amongst the team. That one person works part-time. They're a part-time staff member at the City of Calgary. So it has been, and yet the appeal data, et cetera, backs up that it hasn't really changed people's perception of basement suites. So the relaxations we are doing, that one staff member is working on things where there's a parking relaxation required, or if it's close to the airport and there's additional rules that need to be reviewed. So it's freed up a lot of staff to help businesses and help the larger housing applications that you've heard so much about lately.
In comparison to other jurisdictions, where do these timelines fall for backyard and basement suites?
Through the chair, I don't have that data.
We don't know, okay.
It's hard to get faster than 0 days.
Through the chair, a significant data point here is that if a development permit for a secondary suite is not required, meaning that the secondary suite complies with all of the land use bylaw rules, our 2025 and 2024 median time till issuance of the building permit is 5 days. It's 5 days from when you apply for that BP and then you get your BP.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave that there. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few questions post-public hearing. One of them that was brought up was actually the last item from last night, just that conversation about reviewing our how-to guide. And I just wondered, in many cases, I understand the answer might come back that that's council direction, but I just wonder if anything's in the pipeline from administration's perspective to renew that document.
Through the chair, so the council approved how-to guide is the policies in there, the guidelines in there are being examined and they're being essentially ported over into the zoning bylaw where they can fit with the rest of the rules in there.
And so that's currently underway?
The new zoning bylaw is currently underway, yes.
I got it. So that's something that is part of what we'll discuss in the fall?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'll also just add that the Backyard Suite Incentive Program has a piece where we've engaged with the public and the builders of backyard suites to work on the design pieces as well, and potentially work towards pre-design elements, that type of stuff. So we're working on that as well.
So a working group is underway?
We've already done engagement with the public through the incentive program working groups, and we have pieces once we have the time and capacity to get to them.
Got it. Great. Okay. A couple of other interesting points I sort of just picked up from today. There was a conversation about sort of glazing windows, like dependent on, like sort of creating a threshold in which, you know, if it does feel like it's infringing on a neighbor. Do we have a threshold like that in place? How do we set something like that in place?
Through the chair, generally, one of the big differences between our contextual and non-contextual single and semi-detached forms is the rules around privacy, around window placement and window treatment. But regarding backyard suites, I'll let Mr. William take it.
Thank you. Through the chair, the majority of our comments that we see regarding privacy actually tend to be more about the balconies than the windows themselves. Firstly, when we talk about windows, yes, glazing to prevent overlooking is certainly a way to go, like screening it, but we also have to consider we're letting light in. These need to be an enjoyable place. With the balconies, which is where we're finding most of the comments, there are rules with the balconies already in place which require privacy screens when you're facing another yard. So balcony facing out towards a street or out towards a lane, towards another garage, you don't need privacy screens on that balcony, whereas a balcony that is internally facing would need privacy screens. Most people tend to build along the lanes. It's just a nicer environment overall.
I got it. I do appreciate that point, and it certainly is of value, but I will say over the course of the public hearing in the last day and a half, balconies didn't come up. The windows did regularly as a way to retain this discretionary use. One of the main concerns was the windows. So it is of value to acknowledge that, because that is what we've heard, and so how we might remedy that issue from a threshold perspective. One of the other things that came up that I thought was interesting was the argument that we have the largest laneway suite options in the country. That was made just this morning by a gentleman. Can you speak to that at all? How we've landed on our, like in relation to other municipalities?
Absolutely. So through the chair, administration conducted a jurisdictional scan comparing how Calgary's backyard suite size regulations compare with both national large cities and with our regional partners like Airdrie, Okotoks, High River. And generally what we found was that Airdrie is a permitted use, Okotoks is a permitted use, High River is a permitted use. Wow. The average size maximum of our regional partners is approximately 90 square meters of internal floor area. What we've also found is that the method of regulating backyard suite size varies differently between new zoning bylaws and old zoning bylaws. Old zoning bylaws are very prescriptive in the sense that it's this amount of square meters, whereas new zoning bylaws apply a coverage-based maximum. And so depending on the size of the parcel, the building can be either larger or smaller. That's the approach that is used in Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and certainly something that we're exploring for the new zoning bylaw.
Got it. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Panzopoulos.
Just want to ask a bit about discretionary to permitted, and a lot of the folks spoke about losing their voice. The 98% of approvals for backyard suites, can you quantify of all the applications, how many were amended through public input?
Through the chair, I would defer to Mr. Williams' answer.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is hard to quantify that fact. because through the process, we do issue a detailed review, and often we're asking for bylaw rule changes. Sometimes we're asking for policy changes because of the guidebook. And then, of course, we're incorporating community comment. It's my experience that a lot of the planning comments that we do get, and I can't quantify this with data, it's just my experience as one of 3 development authorities that see all of these for the city. Most of what we ask for changed, although asked for by the community, are also echoed in that design guide. I would also point out that since that guide was introduced, I think it's been 6 or 7 years now, the conversation with the people building backyard suites has been much easier. Industry is getting used to this built form, and they're starting to design stuff right out of the gate to meet the rules. And what these rules basically do is give them the flexibility to keep doing that forward as a permitted use within the box that the rules establish.
So we don't have a sense, maybe just a sense of all the applications, do most generally have comments from community? The 98 approved? Just what I'm getting at is the fear is it becomes permitted, and what I'm, yeah. Any sense?
Through the chair, I think it's important to note that backyard suites are notice posted in all cases and will continue to be notice posted whether they're discretionary or permitted. This is a requirement of our land use bylaw for this use regardless of its classification. They're always on DMAP, and they are circulated to community associations if those community associations desire to be circulated on those applications. But to quantify how many are amended based on the comments received through those communication channels would be very difficult.
I think it's important because it obviously, like, I would assume part of the rationale to going to permitted, I love the economic case, but it was not a lot of Calgarians had issues. You know, it's just a natural progression because your point, people are now comfortable with the build form. So we have no sense. Maybe just an opinion. Because if the majority, if every single one had very clear issues and they go permitted, like you can see where Calgarians go, but if it's, look, there's nothing to see here, there's every now and then.
Through the chair, one of the things that's important to note is that the city is not the only conduit of conversations between the builder and anybody wanting to comment on that development. As a speaker at the public hearing said, nothing prevents a neighbor from engaging in good faith discussion with their neighbor who's trying to build a backyard suite about the potential impacts that they're going to experience. And so those conversations obviously we're not privy to and we can't speak to, but that is likely what's happening in most cases when it comes to these applications.
You articulated much better than I could how it's very difficult to gauge this just based on sheerly the number of comments because there's so many other things that happen, and community associations are often engaged by the neighbors and then they come to us, so I don't have a full spread of those involved. So
maybe finally just picking up, oh sorry, I interrupted you. Perfect. And then finally just picking up from Councillor Johnson, I think he was poking at the economic case, and that new information, you know, now our planning group has a half FTE dealing with, was it just backyards or both backyards and basement?
Just basement suites.
Just basement?
Just basement, yes.
So prior, what was that number before? And again, just trying to quantify, I know I asked a couple days ago about the dollar, you know, if it was 5 FTE to 0.5, that's material. If it's 0.6 to 0.5.
Our data, you know, we went back and looked at 2023, and I believe the number is around 1,400 development permits were taken out of the system when we went to permitted use. Part of that, though, comes with the parking change that is proposed with this bylaw that says you need 1-for-1 in all districts, whereas in some cases you sometimes need 2 stalls and 1 for the suite, so that's 3 for 1 each. So we're looking at about 1,400 permits out of the system as a permitted use for basement suites.
Through the chair, if I could ask clerks to bring up supplementary slide 5, please.
Perfect.
So this slide displays the amount of secondary suite development permit and building permit applications received by the city on an annual basis from 2015 to 2025. As you can see, the blue bar is going up, meaning the building permit numbers are increasing. And as a reminder, those building permits are issued in a median time of 5 days. And the red bar, being those development permits for secondary suites, is going down as a proportion of the total bar height, meaning that through that change in 2024 to make secondary suites a permitted use, we effectively halved the number of development permits that were required to be processed for that use. So that's about 1,000 development permits.
And what would the hours spent, a typical, 1 day, 100 days? I'm just trying to get at a dollar, just anything to quantify. Like, we're going to tell Calgarians one of the biggest reasons we did this is look at this efficiency gain, look at this cost savings to the city. We can focus on more value-added activities.
Where a development permit is needed, the hours we do know is you have that initial hour or two to log in, look at how complex the file is, and decide who needs to go look at it. We then send it off for, as I said, NMAX, building regs, and so on to have a look at these applications, and then it comes back to us. That first piece is a very standardized hour to 2 hours with a file. The part that's harder to measure is what comes back. If we receive 200 comments on a development permit, and I'm not saying we receive 200 on a backyard suite, but that's just, you've heard about comments coming in on different forms of development. It takes time to read each one of those emails, process those emails. It takes time to figure out and negotiate with somebody what relaxations will be allowed or how to solve the problem with a relaxation. So that second element is a lot harder to quantify.
And through the chair, if I could ask clerks to bring up slide 9, please. So this graph demonstrates the combination of approval times for secondary suites as a discretionary use where the majority required a development permit. That would be that time, that is that orange block, and then the building permit being that 5-day green block.
Yeah, that 30 days. So somehow quantifying. So it won't get the answer today, but a fairly material savings for the city, and obviously simple calculus says as the demand grows, all those savings will be amplified. And
through the chair, administration identified a risk in the presentation. If part 1 of the bylaw is not approved, then administration anticipates an additional 2,300 secondary suite development permit applications per year, which would be that 30-day orange bar times 2,300.
Thanks so much.
For my benefit, could you just repeat those last numbers? It's 30 days times 2,300?
That is that's the potential time savings to applicants with this proposed bylaw in front of council today.
Is that time savings, or is that new time that you expect to be required in this coming year?
If through the chair, if council approves this bylaw today, it removes the need for administration to process 2,300 development permit applications for secondary suites, which take a median time of 31 days to process.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Sorry, previously I'd heard there was 109 suites that were outside of the RG that were backyard suites last year, or something like that, or 109.
Through the chair, the data is complicated in whether we're counting backyard suites that are approved but on their own subsequent to a single detached dwelling already existing on the parcel, or secondary suites that come in for a parcel that is entirely being redeveloped. And so depending on what we're looking at, if we're talking about approvals, if we're talking about the overall number of applications, we're using 2 different numbers. And so that's where that discrepancy comes from.
Okay, and what's the number? What's the numbers?
Through the chair, could you clarify for which one you're referring
to?
Both. Through the chair, so approximately 291 backyard suites have been applied for in the city of Calgary in 2025. Approximately 170 of those are individual applications.
So where's this 2,300 come from?
Through the chair, the 2,300 is for secondary suites.
Secondary suites, not gardens.
Including basements.
Through the chair, the land use bylaw term definition for a basement suite is secondary suite.
Because you just said the backyard one was 290.
Through the chair, I thought that's what you were asking me about at the start.
No, I'm just trying to differentiate the two here, because you're saying 2,300 times 30, but we're still talking about permitted use for basement. And the bylaw is suggesting permitted use for backyard suites as well. I'm trying to differentiate the two. If one goes to discretionary versus permitted, and the other one stays as permitted, it's not 2,300 if one stays at permitted. Then it's only the ones that are going to discretionary that you would multiply by 30, right?
Through the chair, the land use districts that are coming back on August 4th as part of repeal lists secondary suites as discretionary in some of those districts. That means that a development permit has to be applied for and processed by administration if a secondary suite application is made in that district. Administration anticipates 2,300 additional development permits for secondary suites if this bylaw is not approved by council to list them as permitted.
Councillor Chabot, through the chair, I think you're introducing something that we're not aware of around a potential amendment. If I may, you're asking to differentiate of all the applications, how many are for basement suites and how many are for backyard suites. And if basement suites as the secondary suite remains permitted, we would not process those applications. So that saves the 30 days.
Thanks.
If it's just the backyard suites, that 30 days as the median would continue to apply.
Yeah, no, I think just to quantify for my colleagues, if what we're talking about here is the definition of secondary suite, which includes basement suites and backyard suites. So if we're looking at what potential savings there's going to be in time, and we want to differentiate the two, you have to consider how to quantify those, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm loath to jump in while you're asking questions, Councillor Chabot, but what he's asking, what's the difference between the two? Can you give, like, 2,300, what is the backyard suite portion of that 2,300? Sorry to...
But they've
So
asked
let's clarify how many backyard suites we processed in 2025.
I've
and that will
gotten
help.
that answer. Okay. It was 290 or something like that.
There was 291 backyard suite applications. Yeah. They are not any portion of that 2,300. That 2,300 is exclusively for secondary suite applications.
Okay, I'm clear with that. So I'm just carry on. The lower threshold for bringing illegal suites built prior to, I think it was like 2014, based on the abbreviated, building code. Do we know how much that's contributed to some of these applications?
Yeah, that 9,800 would be the closest tendency to, that's how many have qualified for the amnesty program.
Right, and that comes to an end in 2016?
The end of 2016, yeah.
So do you anticipate that that end will significantly impact those numbers?
I would say that the program is very successful in helping people that had spaces that were being utilized possibly in an unsafe manner to come forward, make it safe, meet the rules, and register. So there's certainly a risk that that won't happen as often going forward.
Do we have any idea on how many illegal suites have been built since 2014?
So two different numbers that we kind of utilize. We do a yearly check to see what's being offered to the public, and we're seeing about 55% of suites that are being offered to the public are registered. There would be some recency bias in that, but that would say about 45% aren't. We also have some other ways of looking at it. With 2,600 or 26,000 registered suites, you can predict how many you think are illegal still.
Anyways, that's, yeah. I'm not going to go too far down that road. Insofar as building permits, development permits, permitted, discretionary, is the fire department circulated on all applications, including building permits?
Through the chair, for low-density built forms, so single-family, side-by-side duplexes, which we call semi-detached, basement suites and backyard suites, we circulate to our partners in the Safety Codes Office, the Building Regulations Department. When you get into bigger developments like the multifamilies that you often hear about on land use items, those go through our Utilities Department to the Fire Department. So it's about making sure that we use the Fire Department asset and their time effectively, which is best on those big developments. On the smaller developments, they work with their partners in the Safety Codes team to make sure they're aligned, and that's how we get those comments.
So Safety Codes has people that have at least knowledge with regards to fire regulations.
There's a knowledge and a relationship there. I'm not sure if anyone wants to add anything to that. Or if I should just say yes.
That's fine. That's sufficient for me at this point. Just one final question is in relations to what I heard about, the 1% or whatever that, and they were all tied to a relaxation. Were any of those relaxations identified through the appeals process, or were they all identified prior to the appeal?
Through the chair, if I could ask clerks to pull up supplementary slide. Just one second. Supplementary slide 8, please. Oh, perfect. Wow. So this graph demonstrates the proportion of approved development permit applications for backyard suites versus refused. Administration reviewed those in the red, essentially, that were refused, and each one of them had a relaxation, which means that the bylaw before council today, if approved, these applications would still be able to be refused even as a permitted use because they have a relaxation.
Yeah, but that's not my question.
So this is the development authority's data and not the appeal board's data.
Yeah,
We don't have that analysis done for that specific scenario available right now. It will take time.
And again, and this is something that was raised. I'll save that for my debate. But thank you for that. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Councillor Yule, please.
Clerks, can I get admin slide 4? So I've been following along with the public, looking at this slide particularly. One of the speakers, Ms. Chipper, discussed perhaps a human rights challenge for not having it kind of equal for basement suites and backyard suites. Do we see any risk in the way that we have it right now? Say R2, we've got permitted in secondary suites, but we've got discretionary in backyard suites. Do we see a legal challenge with the discrepancy?
I guess from my perspective, we see potential legal challenges anywhere we look. We do our best to design systems such that we have defenses for all challenges. And we'll continue to consider issues that she raised that we've been working through moving forward. So I can never guarantee you of anything.
Okay. The other question I had on this chart is, do we have a need for a back lane for a backyard suite?
Through the chair, no. But there are specific rules that apply in that scenario that if the rear property line is shared with another rear property line, the building essentially can be even smaller than if there is a lane.
Okay. And my other question on this chart here is backyard suites RG is permitted. It's the only one that's permitted at this point. Is there a reason why it stands out in its current form versus what we're going towards?
Through the chair, RG is normally used for the development of new communities where there is no existing context. However, it's important to note that the rules for backyard suites in RG are significantly more enabling. It's a much larger building that is allowed. And so that's why it was brought in as a permitted use at that time.
So that's 2013 and onward?
I was told by our team 2018 and onwards. New communities largely were zoned RG starting 2018.
So the new standard is backyard should be permitted, and that's kind of like what we think in this new era of building. That's the proper thing to do.
That is administration's position, and that's how a market has responded in terms of demand from people who are looking for homes.
So we heard from the disability community that, you know, a lot of these backyard suites are for their community, and at this moment, it's really just at the edges of our city that we're permitting it.
Yes.
That's all my questions. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Kelly, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just really quick here. I'm concerned about two things. Efficiency on both the city side and the community side, the community association specifically. I think from the conversation we've had here, just like with 98% and 99% of these being approved, if we move to the permitted, can you just quantify for me like approximately how much time savings that will create for your teams by going to permitted?
I'm going to break your answer into two components. First being the basement suites, or secondary suites as they're formally called in our land use bylaw. With the basement suites, most of our conversation is around parking, and the new rules are very clear, 2 stalls on all parcels. So assuming it's adopted that way, that 2% will only result, what we'll come back to is people that have no parking, and when they have no parking, they're also not near bus or transit, and we can't issue a reasonable relaxation. On the backyard suites, I believe there'll be a transition time. The nice thing about these amendments is they are providing that bigger envelope, so people are going to stop pushing the envelope in every way to make things fit. So initially, I think as we adjust to the rules, it'll be difficult to quantify that. Within a year or two, as people adjust to this rule set, I would expect that the time savings of the initial portion of the review won't be present, because we still have to check all the rules, go talk to our safety codes friends and all of that. That takes the same amount of time. Where we're going to see the time savings is we'll be sending a lot less files back to the applicant to fix things. So we'll be able to make more decisions within that first 30 to 40 days of a permit coming in, and less decisions on the second half of that where they've had to resubmit something to us and where we've had to send it back to all of our partners to look at it a second time.
No, thank you. And you raised something there that I think is like, I was surprised not to hear it during the public hearing, but you raised it there just around that idea of not having to go back and like with a permitted use, that like the rules are set. And so it's like relaxations and things like that. Like, am I hearing you correctly that you're saying you would expect to see a lot less of people, as you said, pushing the rules?
Through the chair, the main incentive of permitted use is that it rewards applicants who comply with every single land use bylaw rule. And the effect of this on the application side is that we anticipate a higher proportion of applications will arrive already in full compliance with the land use bylaw rules. And that reduces that back and forth, like Mr. Lowen mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And then just on the community association side, I think we heard an awful lot about here during the public hearing about preserving community voice within that. One of the ways that you can do that is through an SDAB appeal. Permitted, or correct me if I'm wrong here, permitted or still appealable, correct?
Through the chair, any use can be appealed. The scope of review for permitted use is narrower.
Okay, so they still preserve that right. And then sort of on the front end, I guess, which is what we hear the most about with community associations, is being unaware. If we, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if we went through Federation of Calgary Communities, we could allow community associations to be circulated, not for comment, but for information on permitted uses. Is that correct?
Through the chair, as mentioned earlier, these all get notice postings. So the immediate neighbors would see the notice posting, and that would happen prior to that, as part of that first review. If that first review came back showing relaxations, the conversation with the applicant is then, do you want to fix these relaxations, or do you want to pursue these relaxations? The notice posting up front means I'll have those community comments, and our file managers team will have those community comments to help facilitate that discussion. And maybe that discussion is fix this, or maybe that discussion is this is a very unique site. Let's work through the relaxation process.
But from the community association standpoint, they can still see those documents.
They're all
the chair, that's correct.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether we're permitted or discretionary. Okay. And I think I heard earlier in your answer to Councillor Panazopoulos that most of the comments that you're receiving from community associations are actually covered by the guide. And so through your regular process, you're already catching those. And I think I heard correctly that you couldn't quantify that. You said the majority, but I'm kind of curious, is that closer to 50% or closer to 100%?
In my position, I have our file management team bringing me decisions, so they bring me the outliers. So I hesitate to govern a true fact, but I would say that when working with those file managers, rarely do we face a situation, I mean rarely, like one a month, where there isn't some situation where like that's covered by this rule or that's covered by the guide.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to go in and I'm sorry to get back to the 2300. So I think the proposed bylaw, you're suggesting that if we go back to how things were, which was the under repeal bylaw effective August 4th, there's a bunch of those red boxes that are up on the screen. And in turning those red boxes to green, which is the proposed bylaw that's in front of us, you're estimating 2,300 applications times 30 days of time savings. Is that correct?
Through the chair for secondary suites, that is correct.
Can you walk me through how you get to that exactly? Because most, like you're still going to receive a lot of the savings from permitted anyway.
Through the chair, with the return of the prior low-density residential districts, on most parcels, secondary suite will once again be a discretionary use because the most common land use district that is returning is RC1 and R1. And their secondary suite is a discretionary use. And so if we project the numbers that we see right now with development in currently RG zoned parcels in those locations, we find that if those developments were to continue forward under RC1, that would result in 2,300 additional secondary suite development permits.
Do you have a sense of quantifying a dollar amount to the organization?
Through the chair, could you clarify in the sense of staff time or process or?
Because just because something is 30 days, that's just a circulation period. It's not necessarily 30 days of somebody in an office focusing on that application for those 30 days, right? Because I'm having a hard time conflating the two.
Mayor Farkas, we did a calculation and estimated about 14 FTEs may be required. And I don't have a cost for that, but to process these applications and everything that goes with them would require an increase in our staff. This, of course, is fee-based. And so
Administration would come back
we
to
could
request to
certainly
add
provide you
secondary suite fees.
with a cost.
Yeah.
But because it's cost recovery, you'd be requesting the additional FTE and you'd be expecting to bring in revenue to support that FTE?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like if those FTEs weren't hired, it doesn't free up capacity to spend on something else.
What I would say, and I'd ask Mr. Lee to comment on this as well, is that it is becoming increasingly more difficult to hire planners in the city, and having planners on our other files is where there's a greater value add.
And I would also say the savings that administration received as a result of originally keeping these all permitted has already been reallocated to other things, and this would be new administrative work that we would need to resource.
Through the chair, it's also important to note that backyard suite development permit development permit applications and secondary suite applications have no fee. And that's been set by council since 2013.
Okay. Next question is, I wanted to cover some of the ground Councillor Chabot did. Can you give us a sense of, like, it's a very high percentage of even the DPs that survived rather appeal. Can you give me a sense of what were the conditions under which ultimately say an appeal would be heard and that permit would be overturned and no project would proceed?
Through the chair, administration examined the appeals data in 2025, and we found that of the rendered decisions by administration, 2% of them were appealed. So that resulted in 7 appeals for the backyard suite use in 2025. 5 of those 7, the Subdivision Development Appeals Board ended up issuing the permit, and it's actually important to note that 2 of those 5, the SDAB overturned a refusal issued by the Development Authority. So the Subdivision Development Appeals Board canceled the development permits for 2 backyard suite applications in 2025 of 190 issued decisions.
What went wrong in those specific cases?
Through the chair, both of those decisions had significant, multiple relaxations of large magnitude.
And nothing proceeded without the relaxations? It was either relaxation or bust?
Through the chair, I can't speak to the applicant's intent, but it seems like they wanted to go forth and test the will of the appeal board in that case.
And now that my read of this proposed bylaw is many of those relaxations are kind of built in, is it your sense that that rejected permit would have been otherwise approved under the new permitted regs?
Through the chair,
Through the chair, first off, earlier the 10% overturned rate come up. It's my experience year over year, the appeal board about 25% of the time would overturn a decision. So the 10 is a little bit low, but it's also our experiencing monitoring just decisions as they come in. There isn't a consistent trend. Often it relates to the evidence in the site and the people that come in. We always issue at least one detailed review to an applicant saying, these are the issues, please fix them. And it is very rare that they do not try and fix them. That's where your 2% comes from. Now, what are those 2% of issues? Often, it's just because there was not a lot of effort put into that development. The rules solve that problem. All of them had relaxations.
And I'll just be direct. I think there's broad public support for the basements as a permitted use. And I think the question before council is whether we choose to amend the bylaw to allow for backyards to stay discretionary. Can you give us a sense of, as we're breaking down the districts, how many of the backyard suites are estimated in each district? And where I'm going with this is I don't think there's broad opposition to permitted, say, for backyard suites in R2 or even RCG. It's probably the R1 communities that we heard from the most. Would the juice be worth the squeeze to maintain, say, backyards discretionary in R2 and RCG and go back to discretionary in R1?
It's difficult to address.
I'll actually respond to that. And most of the cities repeal will revert down zone to RC1 and R1. Very, very few proportionately are actually going back to RC2.
but through the chair, the majority, we don't have the facts, the figures in front of us, but if we were to look at where the majority of backyard suites are being built, it is generally in that inner city area. Communities like Mount Pleasant, Crescent Heights, Killarney, Inglewood, and that's where we tend to see them.
Mayor Farkas, our recommendation to council would be to do all or nothing and keep the backyard suites either all permitted or all discretionary with the exception of RG. I think this is something we can address through the zoning bylaw if there's further direction from council to do so.
And I'm running out of time. Last question is, can you give me a sense of what the cost for the applicant is in a discretionary or permitted situation? Can we sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, the development permit costs have been waived by council since 2013. Development permit applications are effectively free to the applicant regardless of, for all suite types.
The planning application materials we request are the same as what you'd need for a building permit, so they're not producing extra drawings per se. However, the holding cost of the property and the land, the investment cost, appeal deadlines, consultant fees if they get appealed, that's where the cost comes to the applicant.
And can you attempt to quantify that?
Not as a member. I'm not a member of industry, so I could not quantify that, no.
Thank you. That's it for me. I believe we've exhausted questions, administration. Anybody else? Or, sorry, Councillor Jameson, is it?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly touch the parking thing again, because the way, I'm just going to explain how I'm reading this, and then I'd like you guys to answer. So right now, on a narrow lot, 3 stalls required, so 2 for the house, 1 for the suite. After Section 3, 2 stalls are required, 2 for the house, 0 for the suite, which is technically a parking reduction. However, it is only 0 stalls for the suite if the main dwelling house has 2 stalls. If the house only has 1 stall, then the suite must build a stall. It's not actually a simple 1-to-1 ratio then, as it's been stated.
Through the chair, the final result on the property is 2 parking stalls and a dwelling unit and either a secondary suite or a backyard suite. So 2 parking stalls and 2 units, for lack of a better term. Administration does not assign ownership of those parking stalls in low-density housing forms for either the unit or the suite. That is left up to the landowner.
Well, I know, but it's been stated, I think simply, it's been stated that it's a 1-to-1 parking ratio, and that's actually not technically correct, is it?
Through the chair, the bylaw requires 2 parking stalls for the main dwelling unit and 0 for the secondary suite if there's 2 parking stalls for the main dwelling unit.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, I'm seeking a mover for the administration recommendations. Moved by Councillor Schmidt. Go ahead and open, please.
Sure, thank you. Oh boy, it's going to be a tough one with the amount of sleep we've all gotten. So we're really digging into the minutia here of this change. And what I keep coming back to is that number of 2. There were 2 applications that didn't end up getting to the finish line that had to go to SDAB and didn't follow the rules. And if we change this to permitted use, what we just heard is that there is a cost. We can't quantify the cost, but I think we would all know that hiring consultants, that the carrying costs, that going to SDAB or waiting for the appeal period to end is something that individual homeowners would struggle with. There are so many complications to that process. And when we're looking at the cost benefit, which is, I think, our goal here, what is the cost benefit of this change? We heard from Professor Shapur yesterday, who has not only her own experience living with a disability, but an experience as somebody who works in policy and is a law professor, telling us that we have an accessibility committee that looks at these issues, and that this is the biggest change we could make in their lives. And maybe you disagree with that, but I listened to her and that made an impact on me. And that wasn't even a consideration when I brought this forward. And I hope that that had some impact on everybody else around here, that we're going to continue to tinker with changes in the city to make it more livable and accessible for people like Professor Shapur. But we could make this change and reach many of the goals that that committee is looking for us to do. And so what do we lose on the other side if we make this change? We lose maybe a sliver of ability to fight shadows, to fight a window, to fight one, in some very distinct situations, one parking stall, but really still one parking stall for each unit, 1-to-1 parking. So when I think about that, I think about the story that I want to tell in October 2029 to people. And is the story I want to tell a story where I said, yep, I kept shadows out of backyards? Or is the story I want to tell, I enabled hundreds of people living with disabilities to have a path to a more dignified and easier life? And I enabled hundreds, potentially more homeowners to be able to say, yeah, I was able to carry the costs of having my aging parents live in the backyard, to help with childcare, to have a high quality of life for us to remain as a family without having them go to a home or to struggle to find a place to live. I know what story I want to tell in October 2029. One of them has much more impact, and one of them is something that I want to be able to say that we accomplished as a council. So, I mean, if we don't do the backyard part today, the rule changes, then again, I hope that we've heard so many times, well, don't worry, the changes are coming. We're going to make changes to make it more affordable and easier to live in this city. So again, I look forward to those changes if we can't make this one small shift today that would have an exponentially heavier impact for those who need that impact the most in our city. And then I get back to why are we here? Well, I'd like to say that I'm a counselor of the people in this case, and the people I want to help are those who need our help most.
All right, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Clark has seconded that. We're entering debate. Councillor McLean, please.
Thanks, Mayor. So here we are, long week, day 4. Maybe just a quick recap. So we started off with 7.3.1, repealing blanket rezoning exemptions. I think the good news to the public is we did repeal blanket rezoning for hundreds of thousands of properties, but this is a few hundred, 250 or so, that were in the pipeline that we wanted to, the public came and spoke and they thought that those should not be exempted. I voted for them not to be exempted. That passed, and so they are. 7.3.2, reducing maximum density in RCG districts. Again, we heard from lots of people that wanted to see that reduced. I voted to have that reduced as well. That didn't happen. So now we're on to 7.3.3, secondary suites, backyard suites. Basically, we're talking about fast tracking this. Again, I think the public, the majority wanted to see no problem with the basement suites, fast track those, but let's make it discretionary for the backyard suites because they want a little more time. 3 months, we're talking 3 months, so they could be circulated to all their neighbors, so they could actually maybe look and say, hey, they could talk about it first, so they could say, hey, I've got a garden, maybe this is too high, maybe we should make these changes. If we fast track this, then that process isn't going to happen. It's going to go right to development, to the administration. I think this extra 3 months, we've heard from administration saying that this is easier for them if we wipe that out. But we're not talking about administration, we're talking about the people. The people, I think, is who we are here to represent. And that extra 3 months gives them the time to make sure that comes to administration. Maybe these get approved all the time at a 90-some% level, but maybe that's because they've had these conversations with their neighbors. That's all I want to see happen. I think I'm good with the basement suites, but the backyard suites, let's let the people have a little more time to put that, let's make those discretionary. I think that's an amendment that we should have coming after this. So, I mean, I'm going to vote no for this and hoping an amendment comes afterwards so that we can, again, fast track the basement suites. Let's give the people a win on this one. Let's just bend a little bit so far. Let's give them a win and say, let's give you 3 months to talk about it with your neighbors before you go and put it into administration. Maybe they'll come to consensus. Again, we're here for the people, and I think that we've listened to a lot of conversations. This one would give the people a win. So that's my debate. Vote no to this, and let's do an amendment afterwards that we can make backyard suites discretionary. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we have several more people in the queue. I'm aware of at least 2 potential amendments. I've discussed with staff, there's an interest in having us recess now until the call of the chair and reconvene this immediately following after the CAO item. I'd suggest going a couple more minutes, but we'd be looking at least an hour and a half more debate, so we'd bleed into the CAO time, and that's a very important committee for us. So unless there's any objection, we're going to recess to the call of the chair. Sir, to speak, Councillor Jameson?
If I may, so what time would that most likely be that we're coming back?
Depends how long you take at the CAO item.
So the CAO...
But the intent would be to, I'm going to say, 20 minutes following the conclusion of the CAO subcommittee.
And that one starts at 1 p.m.?
That's right.
Sir, could we make it 30 minutes?
30 minutes would be fine, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're at 12, so I got to, unless you want to make a procedure bylaw thing to
I
speak?
don't. Last night we said that we would start on Monday, so like I rescheduled everything for after CAO. Now we have to do that again because we've changed our mind from 9:30 last night.
Okay, if you're objecting, Councillor Kelly, Deputy Mayor Kelly, then do you want to make a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw to allow for us to continue talking about this?
Sure, let's bring that motion just for a couple. I don't want the same thing as last night, though, just a short one here.
All right, Councillor Chabot has seconded that. So we're just suspending it to allow us to talk about when to bang the gavel. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, okay. I'm going to go through a speaker's queue then. Okay, Councillor Chabot, did you want to speak?
On this item?
Well, I'm just asking you guys to weigh in terms of when we should continue this meeting because
I'm happy to continue on and to the
staff need about
conclusion.
an hour over this lunch break. We can't just work until 1 and then start the CO thing. We need to be able to swap the room and.
I'd be happy to continue on until at least 12:30.
I think there's a number of folks who support the meeting that behind the scenes, it's not just council we have to consider. Okay. So I guess the question is, if you want to test the will of council, Deputy Mayor, it would be to recess this meeting until Monday, 9:30 a.m. Is that your intent?
Let's do it.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Kelly is going to attempt that motion. We'll allow clerks a moment to catch up. Does anyone want to second recessing this meeting until Monday? Councillor Johnston wants to second that? Okay. All right, so that is on the table. I'm going to look for anyone to speak to that. Do we have anyone in the queue? Okay, so really there's two choices. You vote yes to this motion if you want to come back Monday at 9:30 a.m. Vote no to this motion, and then I'm going to just seek general consent to bang the gavel and come back after the CA recruitment thing. Probably, Councillor Yule, I'm guessing maybe an hour or two is going to be the subcommittee? Let's hope, okay. So in practical purposes, vote yes if you want to come back to this meeting on the suites on Monday at 9:30. Vote no to this if you want to come back to the suites thing about, I'm guessing, 3 or 4 o'clock, 30 minutes after the conclusion of the CAO subcommittee. Okay. I'm just going to call the question. Let's engage the e-vote on that. Shall we do a voice vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please, Mayor. It's just loading.
Okay, that motion is on the screen. It's to reconvene this meeting at 9:30 on Monday. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Tyers is opposed. Jameson is opposed. Yule is opposed. Clark is opposed. Atkinson opposed. Panizopoulos opposed. Johnston opposed. And Ward is opposed. So that motion has not carried. So I'm going to bang this gavel. We're going to come back at the call of the chair 30 minutes after the conclusion of the CAO subcommittee today. 3 to 4-ish, I'm guessing. All right, the chair has called you back. Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dollywell. Councillor Jameson.
I'm here.
Councillor
Here.
Johnston. That was Councillor Jameson. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers.
Present.
Councillor Ward. And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, the item's been moved and seconded for debate. Councillor Panagopoulos, please.
Councillor McLean, I don't know if he wrapped up?
Yeah, he was done.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Just do a quick, rarely do we get a decision that we can both have a positive financial and social outcome. From a financial perspective, unlike new developments, the people who are building in their backyards are long-term homeowners who have deep roots within the community, want to stay in their homes, have an economic interest in improving their community. They might need the extra cash for backyard suite that it provides to allow them to pay their mortgage. They can afford their forever home. Maybe they want a wheelchair-accessible backyard suite so their parents can age in place alongside friends, family, and their community. And the best investors in any community or business, for that matter, are those that are already in the community and have a vested interest in seeing it thrive. We heard that backyard suites cost as much as $250,000 and basement suites can be built for $100,000. Nowhere in Calgary can we build a brand new home for $100,000. We are getting homes built in the city of Calgary for a quarter of the cost of a brand new build, and permitted use will accelerate these builds. We heard having these projects permitted will cut down application and processing times to the city. 30 days, we heard. From an application will save a material amount of money, reduce red tape, and allow the city to redeploy our planning team to focus on value-added services, just like we witnessed when basement suites became permitted. Admin just told us a few minutes ago, I suppose about an hour ago, that this is what happened when basement suites were converted to permitted uses. From a social perspective, we activate housing in areas where we will not densify. Our R1 communities, where we're not building apartments and condos, where Calgarians don't want that. This is thoughtful and smart development. I love the fact that every Calgarian who owns a home will be given an option to age in place and be surrounded by friends and family. This is how you build a community. Is the Backyard Suite program perfect? Of course it isn't. We need to amend it to meet the unique needs of Calgarians. We need to do the hard work of figuring out how to fix the problem. Maybe the solution is what Edmonton said, with a cap of 55 square meters for size, or maybe Vancouver, who has a maximum suite size based on the size of your lot. I don't know what the solutions are, but I'm committed to do the hard work to get this right, and will work with any councillor who wants to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll let you get settled, Councillor Clark. I'll go to Councillor Wyness for debate first.
Thanks. I'm always challenged with how council takes and approaches bylaws when it comes to land use. We start getting into the theoretical and the hypothetical, just like it's been made that the assumption is it's long-term homeowners. But that's not actually what we're finding in the homeowner market. I can pull the BMO report that's coming out from BMO Capital Markets that is saying that we are going into a rental-dominated market where it is spec buyers and industry making profits off of this. So while you may see a single-family home, the ownership structure is not as reflective of the narratives that are being put on the floor of council. Our job right now is to look at, do the rules make sense for what is being built in the community and not assuming the ownership structure. We have to make these units safe. I look at when we meet with and go on the tours with ACORN and advocacy groups for tenants. They are concerned about egress in and out of these buildings. Well, we have a lot of illegal secondary suites, and the reason we have over the years made these shifts is to try and get those that are illegally built unsafe units back into compliance. That's been absent from this conversation. We have a challenge that once a unit is built, unless the owner or the tenant in there lets the city in, we don't get to go inspect for safety. And so I think we need to start grounding our focus when we talk housing and bylaws. This is where council is supposed to get into the nuances of the built form, not just, oh, housing at all costs. That has become very dangerous when constituents and Calgarians show up and show pictures of the reality of some of these built forms. Steep staircases are not accessible. Narrow doorways are not accessible. Above a garage, claiming to be accessible is not accessible. They send also pictures of accessible ground floor suites are what they want to see. So they love to see a backyard suite at ground level. That's something I think we heard today. That's making sure that those rules are worked into the bylaw and making sure that we are providing safe housing for Calgarians. I'm trying to decide my vote. I definitely like the amendment that's going to come for the backyard suites. I think that is a different ball of wax that we really need to start looking at, because I think a lot of us too here are also assuming that those are being built in back alleys and not in backyards. And so I think that's a challenge where I'm just calling on my colleagues to check our bias on what we think the person that will interact with the bylaws we create are, and start focusing more on what the rules are, forgetting about who is, if it's owner, but make sure it's ultimately safe for the person who's going to live in that. And that's my debate for today.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, we are now at the tail end of a long and difficult conversation about blanket rezoning. I would say one of the most contentious and uncomfortable debates the city has probably faced in many years. I spent days listening carefully to residents on all sides of that discussion in the public hearing and for the remnant decisions at the beginning of this one. In the end, I voted to repeal blanket rezoning because I believe communities should have a voice when the character and use of an entire neighborhood can be fundamentally altered. That is why I'm dismayed to hear many of those same arguments now being applied to backyard suites. Blanket rezoning and backyard suites are not the same. They're not the same thing. When we talk about making backyard suites permitted use, we are not talking about dramatically changing the character of a community. We are talking about empowering Calgarians to make reasonable decisions about their own property and their own families. Let's be clear about the scale of what we're discussing. In 2025, we've heard it said, there were only about 250 backyard suite applications citywide. Of those that go through the discretionary process today, approximately 98% of them are ultimately approved. So we have to ask ourselves, what problem are we trying to solve by maintaining a process that almost always arrives at the same conclusion? More importantly, who are we giving this power over? Is it the parent trying to create an accessible place for their child with a disability to live safely and independently? Is it the senior looking for a modest source of income to remain in their home, combat isolation, and manage rising costs? Is it the young family hoping to keep a parent close rather than moving them to some long-term care facility? These are not speculative scenarios. These are real people facing real challenges. The question before us is whether we trust Calgarians to make these decisions for themselves, or whether we believe their neighbors should have the authority to delay or potentially prevent them. I believe backyard suites are one of the most flexible, compassionate, and practical housing forms available to us. They help families stay together, support aging in place, create gentle housing options, and make better use of existing infrastructure while preserving the character of our communities. For those reasons, I will be supporting Bylaw 26P 2026. Thank you.
Councillor Chabot, please.
Well, I've been around for a while, and during that time, I've gone from seeing basement suites and not being permitted unless you applied for a land use designation by having the S suffix added to your land use that would then allow you to move forward with a basement suite. Unless, of course, your basement suite was built prior to 1971 when the bylaw was struck down, which made them all legal non-conforming. That's besides the point. So we've gone from that to now having basement suites permitted citywide. Now we're talking about having backyard suites as a listed use citywide without having to go to a land use redesignation to facilitate that. And we've heard that there's some concerns still about the built form in backyard suites. Maybe not so much the backyard suites, but more so the above garage suites, but they're all fall under the same designation. So we've gone from 0 to allowed everywhere, albeit maybe not as a permitted use, but at least listed as a use under every single low-density residential land use. I think that's a huge step. And so insofar as making sure that we get the rules right before we go to a permitted use, I think is a reasonable ask We're not talking about having a permitted versus discretionary use causing the homeowner or the applicant thousands and thousands of dollars between the difference between a permitted and the discretionary use. They're going to have to spend the same kind of money whether it's based on a permitted use or discretionary use. We've waived the development permit. There's no development permit fees. The total cost differential is not that significant. There may be a slight timeline differential, but if it's a homeowner who's actually doing it, it's that small differential in timeline is not likely going to cost them more or cause undue hardship for them, in my opinion. I'd rather see us take the time to make sure that we get it right, that we make sure that we are proposing as part of our land use bylaw or land use district it ticks all the boxes. It addresses all of the citizens' concerns. We heard through the last several days concerns that individual residents have. It's similar to the blanket zoning. It wasn't that it was necessarily going to happen to every house in every community, but the fear of what could happen, I think, was the biggest opposition that we heard about the blanket zoning for RCG. This is no different than that. It's not a matter of how many, just the one. And if it happens to be next door to you, it could be one that is going to be really have a significantly negative impact on you. And so who is it that should be negatively impacted? If at least we try and find some sort of a compromised position to minimize the negative impact on adjacent neighbors, and we come up with something that's less offensive. Maybe not, it's not going to make anybody happy, not everybody happy. If we can make, I guess, find a compromise somewhere in the middle between those people that are pro permitted uses and those who have spoken out against it. If we can at least get them all to agree that, well, it's not the best, but it's better, then I think that would be a win. To Councillor Pantzopoulos' point, I'm happy to work on trying to find what the right solution is, what the right build form is, to make sure that it's right before we go to a permitted use. For now, I think having it as an allowed use citywide as a discretionary use is a good first step in the R1s. At some point, we might even want to look at an and option, maybe an and discretionary for the backyard suites. Because right now we're seeing a lot of homes that have basement suites and are now applying for backyard suites. And the ability to actually uncover that is so arduous from the enforcement, development authorities' enforcement side of things to enforce legal secondary suites. Gaining entry is almost impossible. Anyways, so let's keep it as discretionary for now, which is why I'm going to support an amendment, and then look at maybe evolving it into a permitted use sometime in the future. So for me, I'm no to this, but I'm supportive of an amendment that hopefully is going to be coming.
All right, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you. I wasn't going to jump in, but I appreciated Councillor Chabot's debate there. We had a good conversation over the lunch hour that I encourage us to have as many of those kinds of conversations as possible. But the reason I wanted to jump in was just to sort of say a couple things here that a reminder for everyone in terms of what's actually here before us. It's permitted versus discretionary. That's the choice in front of us. We heard in the public hearing a lot of really good ideas about changes to the built form that could reduce shadowing, make it better for neighbors, in short. No matter what we do here today in terms of a yes note, of no vote, an amendment, none of those things will change any of that. We had talked a lot here about, in this particular bylaw that we're looking at, parking, chamfers. Those things are a little bit red herrings, if you will, because whether this stays discretionary or permitted, it's not going to change any of those. Because we heard from administration, they're already approving those things in the current discretionary. If we want to change any of those things coming out of this, we have two options. We have to bring a notice of motion, or we can wait for the zoning bylaw. Those are the two things. So if we want to talk about parking champers, shadowing, massing, any of those kinds of things, that's not before us today. Our vote will not impact any of those things. So instead, I'm kind of left with just like the permitted versus discretionary, and what is the difference between those two. On the pro side, we definitely heard that it will save us money. Permitted, that is a pretty convincing argument there on that pro side in terms, I think we heard about 14 FTEs, which if I'll just use the math really quickly, it's like about $1.5 million that would potentially save us. That's awesome. I love that. That sounds great. It also will speed up by about 100 days, the odd application. That sounds pretty good to me. From a cutting red tape perspective, I'm a pretty big fan of that, especially when the majority of the people who are applying for these backyard suites specifically are actually doing it as like mother-in-law suites, seniors, to be able to age in community. I remember one open house that I attended a couple of months back where the argument was being made about why are you building such a large MCG type building or planning on proposing building an MCG type building, and all the neighbors said we want RCG type row homes. That would be much more appropriate in this particular spot. And then when the developer said the reason why the owner wants to do this is because they want to build more accessible units so that seniors in the community can stay in the community, the whole tone of the room changed, like immediately, and about half the people suddenly became supportive. There is a real desire to be able to have more housing so that people who have limited mobility can stay in their neighborhood. And certainly we heard that from the disability perspective from Ms. Chipur in the presentation. On the other side of this, though, the negative of going to permitted for me, when I take a look at it, it's really about community input. That was the thing that I think that we heard pretty loud and clear from people, that they were concerned about not being able to, community associations not being able to provide their input, or neighbors not being able to provide their input in the process. But I asked a couple of questions there. It doesn't take away their right to appeal it. What it does mean is that an appeal you can't just pick a random appeal. You have to be very specific about why you're appealing it, which for me takes me right back to where I began, which is that we need to get serious about changing the guidelines for what's allowed in these spaces. I think Ms. Swales gave us a very convincing presentation in terms of some of the options for Canmore, Edmonton, and Airdrie for how they handle them. I would much rather spend our time focused on that. And so in the end, this kind of comes down to just the, as Councillor Chabot said in the end there, we have to decide whether or not we're okay with permitted until we make those changes, or whether we want to stay discretionary until we make those changes. I personally think that the upside is a lot more than the downside is, so I'm comfortable with changing to the permitted use until we're able to make those changes, which we know are going to be coming in less than a year. So I'm okay with this for a year's time until we're able to make those changes in the future. So thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Tice, please.
I support making secondary suites a permitted use. They add housing choice and affordability within the existing footprint of a home. I also want to be clear that I'm not opposed to backyard suites. They can provide valuable housing for extended families, students, caregivers, seniors aging in place, those with disabilities, and renters seeking more affordable options. However, backyard suites are fundamentally different because they add a second residential building to a parcel. That can create site-specific impacts related to privacy, shadowing, parking, lane access, tree canopy, neighborhood character, and emergency access. Community feedback was consistent, as we heard in the public hearing, and they distinctly distinguish between secondary suites and backyard suites. Bowness Community Association actually raised concerns about consultation, as well as the Varsity Community Association supported maintaining discretionary review and opposed increasing backyard suite size. Many residents also value their gardens, mature trees, and outdoor spaces. Backyard suites can create shadowing impacts that affect those amenities and the enjoyment of their property. It's also important to recognize that the lack of appeals on backyard suites does not necessarily mean that there's broad support. Many residents are reluctant to challenge a neighbor's application because they want to maintain positive relationships with their neighbors. Removing discretionary review removes one of the few opportunities for neighbors and community associations to work collaboratively on project concerns before the construction proceeds. This is not about whether backyard suites should be allowed. They already are. It's about whether adding a second residential building to a parcel would continue to receive site-specific review. Secondary suites add housing within an existing home. Backyard suites add another building. Those are not the same thing, and they should not be treated as the same thing in the land use bylaw. This is why I will vote against the main motion to permit both secondary suites and backyard suites. If the motion passes, I will then support a potential amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Just a quick question for admin. Do we track the applicants, whether they are homeowners or if it's a developer building these backyard suites?
No, that's not pertinent to the land use development permit review process.
So we wouldn't know how many of these are for mom and pops or for elderly or for accessible?
No.
Okay. Well, just my personal experience doing the HVAC for a lot of these backyard suites, it's a lot of developers looking to make the most money off of it. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson, please. I'll just jump in. I don't believe that's a relevant planning consideration for us, so I just ask colleagues to temper your views. We want to make sure that whatever vote we make on this can be upheld within the proper merits. So again, there's a...
Sorry, point of order.
Yep, please, Councillor Wennis.
He's just doing the opposite side of the coin of what everyone's been making the narrative of the application of homeowners for seniors aging in place. So like you got to let both go.
Yeah, that was in response to another councillor's point for his debate. So I appreciate you cutting me off and trying to correct me, but nobody else. So thank you again, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Johnston. Maybe we could ask legal if that is something you would encourage us or discourage or neutral on the type of commentary we would make.
Well, I would just say that in terms of planning decisions at every level, it's the use, not the user, that's relevant. So whether it's irrelevant who owns the development or who's going to live there, it's the use itself.
Yeah, and the reason I stated is it's to protect the council and the council's decision. I'm not.
You didn't state it when everybody else was doing it.
Yeah, I'm just providing this as general commentary. Again, I'm not engaging in debate by doing so. I'm just saying for us to have a decision that can face muster, we need to make sure that we're tight on the parameters by which we make the decision. So.
Point of order. I would just like to highlight that the discussion that's being had, when some individuals have spoken to this, we've said, who might be using this, again, highlighting the user. What you've suggested in your argument there is that we've got who's building it. And
point of order, he has to state a procedure bylaw.
So just under the procedure bylaw, as chair, you're not able, or sorry, as a member of council, you're not able to speak until the chair recognizes you.
Okay, point of order.
A point of order cannot interrupt a previous point of order. I've acknowledged Councillor Clark on his point of order. Upon the conclusion of his, I will go back to subsequent cues. So
he has to state a violation.
Yes.
Pardon me, sir.
Please, Councillor Johnston, I've asked you not to speak. I've acknowledged Councillor Clark on his point of order.
And pardon me, Mayor, I apologize because I did jump the gun there. I could have been. But I'll just say, we've acknowledged the potential uses of this. I certainly have in my arguments, but I have not suggested who is building this. I haven't made an argument based on who might be building whether it's a developer or not. So I take issue with that point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm going to consider that a point of privilege and that you want to make sure that you're adequately quoted. So, Councillor Johnston, again, I just wanted to seek the legal advice on what I had heard as chair, and I want to make sure that the decision that council makes is defensible.
Okay. Part of the procedure bylaw is that the chair has to be fair.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
Councillor Kelly was touching on this a bit. It's really about, are we doing permitted use? That's really what today and this sort of motion is about. And that has me thinking about more broadly what is permitted use. We heard a lot of discussion over the last couple days about, communities of bungalows. We don't have communities of bungalows. We had communities of bungalows, and they have changed over time. There's not a community of bungalows anywhere in this city, and they've changed because of permitted use. They have changed because of permitted use. They have changed because there are new buildings that have been built in those communities, and that has been allowed because the homeowner, the landowner, has been given the right to take their property and build something new on it. And it isn't to build something within the existing envelope. It will have impacts on the neighbors. The new building can be higher. The new building can have higher massing. The new building can, in RC2 communities, can actually go from being a bungalow into housing actually multiple units, which is ultimately the discussion here around in an RC1 neighborhood. Is it right to then potentially have multiple dwelling units on a site? And we have given the right in RC2 communities where we gave a permitted right to build 2 dwelling units on that single lot. There will always be impacts to communities, but we have to decide what is the right amount of personal freedom to give to somebody to do with their land what they need to be able to do, to live the life that they need to be able to live. And I think if we were having the debate of making all things discretionary or all things permitted, and basically if you want to make any outward changes to your house, you want to change the size of your dwelling, you want to make it bigger, you want to make it taller, if any change to your building was a discretionary use, then fine, let's have that debate. But we have permitted uses that change the landscape of a community. We have decided that that is a thing that we permit. And so then I think it asks us then, well, where do you want to draw that line? Why is it that some permitted uses, these permitted uses are okay, and where is that line? And there was once a point in time where you couldn't even make the change that wasn't actually even impacting not outwardly in the community, but inside your own house. You could not make a suite. That was not a permitted use until a council of the past made the choice that, no, you know what, actually that impact is, while it is bringing in more people into the community and sort of changing how that house is being used, is a permitted right of the person that owns that land. And I think that what we've heard from administration, what we've heard from the public, we need to consider that the permission to create a backyard suite should be something that I think, whether you're out in an RG community that already has that right, or whether you're in an R1 or R2 community, that you should have the ability to do that as your life situation changes, as you make different decisions about how it is that you want to do things with your land. I think Dr. Shipur's presentation also really made me think a lot. We also need to stop thinking about what it is that people do within their world. Bungalows, houses, they give this idea and this fake notion that we all are living the same way. We can kind of hide away. But it suddenly, when we have different built forms, it reminds us actually that we all live different lives. And I actually think that that's a very healthy thing to remind all of us, that we all live very different lives and we maybe need different built forms to accommodate those different lives. So I will be supporting this application, and I think we should be really considering the built form of permitted backyard suites.
Thank you so much. Just want to observe that Councillor Dhaliwal joined the meeting. Councillor Dhaliwal, did you want to jump in?
I'm good, thanks.
Councillor Jameson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. After listening to everybody, all the debates, all the people that, were gracious enough to come here, I'm a no here, but I'll explain why. I can support basement suites being permitted. They are inside an existing home, nothing changes on the street, most get approved anyways. Removing unnecessary process seems like the right call there. Backyard suites are different to me. They should remain discretionary because their effects cannot be adequately addressed through a one-size-fits-all approval. Keeping them discretionary does not prohibit backyard suites. Let me repeat that. Keeping them discretionary does not permit backyard suites. It ensures that each proposal is reviewed according to its actual impact on the neighborhood and the neighboring homes, and gives affected residents an opportunity to be heard. Why would you want to remove that? I've heard from some of my colleagues here to approve this as permitted and then fix the problems afterward based on the feedback from citizens, such as Ms. Swales, for example. This, in my mind, is backwards. If we are aware of things that need to be changed in terms of design parameters, let's first make those changes, and then once those are in place, revisit a decision to make those permitted. Sort of similar to what Councillor Chabot was talking about, the whole maybe waiting till we figure this out a little bit more, give it more time. For now, it makes more sense to keep these applications as discretionary. Backyard suites are separate buildings that neighbors can see. When they look out of their window, they can see it. And in some cases, we've heard they're larger than the actual house with 3 full bedrooms and 3 en-suites. So clearly, we're not talking about a living space for aging parents in a lot of cases. Section 3 increases the floor area entitlement and reduces some of the incidents for parking even more. Again, Calgarians already feel the parking crunch, and I know we've talked about that a lot. Making these permitted removes the assessment and removes neighbor notification. I'm not okay with that, just like I'm not okay with limiting someone's ability to be heard. So I will be voting no to this, and that's my close. Thank you.
All right, any further debate on this, colleagues? I'll jump in personally here. I entered into this open to persuasion, and ultimately I was quite compelled by several conversations I had with Councillor Dhaliwal, especially hearing about some of the compliance challenges that are being experienced in his ward. I listened to Jennifer Baldwin, Melanie Swales, others, and I'm persuaded certainly on the permitted basement suites. And I think it's good to recognize, to Councillor Chabot's point, how far we've come on that reform. And even the fact that really the debate on the amendment will bring this to light, but really the debate here is whether we want to have the backyard suites as discretionary or permitted. But the fact that those are the two choices that the public is bringing to us, I think it needs to be recognized, the amount of reform and ground that's been gained from even 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. I remember sitting in this council chamber, even just the demands of the public at the time to have every single backyard suite come to council for debate. And now that it's a broad consensus that not the basement suites, not even the backyard suite should be council oversight, but purely a staff-driven process, I think we need to recognize the give that the community's provided. And when I hear from, I don't want to name drop too much, but many of the amazing community association volunteers, the development committees, even Melanie's presentation last night, it's very clear to me that a lot of these community members are coming to the table with some really good grounded solutions for us to be able to inform an approach should we want to go to permitted. I liked what Councillor Jameson said in terms of keeping the use for the backyards as discretionary for now, inform what or take feedback from the public and inform what our approach potentially could be through the land use bylaw to move to permitted. But that said, I will be supporting this motion to get this on the table, and I'll be also open to persuasion, but looking forward to ideally supporting Councillor Ward's amendment, which would maintain the backyards as discretionary. So with that, Councillor Schmidt to close, please.
So is housing offensive? I don't know. I mean, what would be less offensive? Is there a way that we can find a way to build something that doesn't offend anybody? And I think the only way to do that is to build no housing at all. And it's not a consideration, but it was mentioned that developers are building housing. And what would help us build housing without developers? Right now, we can only do that with government shouldering the burden, with individuals shouldering the burden, which at this rate means almost no housing at all. And then we talk about the fear of what could happen if housing is built. How do we craft policy on the fear of something that we don't know yet? Because that list becomes infinite, which means that we can't plan for every possibility. So how are we going to approach housing policy as a council, the council that we have right now? As some mentioned, other councils made huge progress on these things by allowing them throughout the city. So, I mean, what will be our progress, and do we even want progress? Because if we don't, let's just decide right now so we don't have to go through this again. But if we do, then we have to begin soon, because so far, we really haven't had any. We have made significant and groundbreaking changes based on what happened before. 306,000 parcels that went down. And I thought that this was something small and incremental that we could lend a helping hand by making things more clear, providing more certainty, shaving off some of the costs. But clearly I was wrong about that. I even tried the "and" to allow basement and backyard suites as an amendment during the past rezoning hearing. That failed 8-7. So if we're ready for that, then I welcome somebody to bring back that as a notice of motion, because that happened just back in April. Permitted use isn't a free-for-all. It's certainty that you followed the 40-plus rules that are in the design guidelines, in the permitted use itself. That is still a lot of certainty for everybody who's surrounding the property. So I don't know where we go next, but I'm looking forward to everybody's ideas and solutions.
All right, thank you, Councillor. We are ready to engage the vote. Madam Clerk. Engage. Please.
Councillor Tyers, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion has carried 8-7. We will move now to the first reading. Let me just make sure I got the Right one here. First reading of bylaw 26P 2026. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Tyers opposed. Jameson opposed. And that has carried. All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Ward for an amendment.
Yes, so this amendment is very simple. It's just removing section 2 and 3 from the proposed bylaw. Those two sections essentially make backyard suites permitted use. So by removing those sections, we are leaving them as discretionary use. And that is all.
Thank you. Is that segment Councillor Tyers? Okay. Any further debate? Maybe I'll just ask administration to speak to that, what the effective impact of the deletion of 2 and 3 is.
Yes, it's exactly what Councillor Ward described. The deletion of section 2 is what would have made backyard suites permitted, and section 3 deletion deletes the parts that would have changed around champers and other components of the bylaw that were presented by administration.
Okay, Councillor Yule on this? Sorry, yeah, it's been seconded. Councillor Yule, go ahead.
If administration could put back administration, or sorry, clerks could put back administration slide number 4 on the screen for me. I'm going to be voting no against this amendment. And I won't talk, like, I think we've established we're not going to talk about the users. But RG is permitted in backyards. And I have a lot of RG in Ward 3. And, you know, it's the edge of the city. That's where new builds are going, and the new thinking is permitted backyard suites. And so I don't know why my ward should be any different than any other ward when it comes to permitted backyard suites. I know there's been discussions today about let's just leave it discretionary and we'll come back to it. Well, we said that about the repeal, and I haven't seen any of you bring anything forward. So there's no motivation if we leave it discretionary to do anything. So I would like to move it all to permitted so that we actually get some people working on it. Because I don't believe that if we change it to, or we leave it as discretionary, that anybody is going to work on it. And so I would like it to be permitted so that there's actual movement on what's before us here. So I encourage all of you to vote against this. Let's make it permitted and let's get to work, because I don't see leaving it discretionary as something that you guys are going to work on. So that is my debate.
All right, Councillor Ward to close, please.
I'm not here to say that backyard suites should not exist. They should, and they do work well in many places. And I have, discretionary use is there so that considerations such as the things we heard as, unusual lot shapes, corner lots, steep grades, mature trees, privacy, et cetera, so that these things can be accounted for when these are built. And if everything meets the numbers but still creates a poor outcome, administration can negotiate improvements. If it's permitted use, they cannot. So, we hire these professional planners because not every property is identical. And moving this to permitted use says that numerical compliance is not always enough, or is always enough, and I don't believe that is true. So rules cannot anticipate every lot configuration in Calgary. That's precisely why discretionary use exists. Planning judgment is not red tape. It's one of the fundamental purposes of the planning system. Furthermore, the SDAB's record, a series of decisions overturning fully compliant two-story suites, demonstrates that the current land use bylaw does not adequately manage that impact. So by making them permitted use, we're only going to backlog the SDAB further and slow down all housing builds, not just backyard suites. So right now, SDAB successful appeals on backyard suites sit at about 30%, much higher than the typical 10 to 15% for all other appeals. So I want to make sure that we take into account that every parcel is unique, that people's input and their opinions matter, and that I don't want to back up the SDAB further and slow the progress of getting even more homes built. So for that reason, if you want to see homes built quicker, I would suggest that you support this, and we can deal with this when we get to our land use bylaw. Thank you. Closed.
All right, before we engage the vote again, this is the deletions of section 2 and 3 that relate to allowing the permitted status for the backyard suites, and then the other section around the chamfering and so on. All right, let's engage the vote, please.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion is carried 9-6 with Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Panizopoulos, Atkinson, Clark, and Ewell opposed. I will move now to the second reading of the bylaw as amended, unless there's another amendment. Okay, going once, twice? Nope. All right, second reading of proposed bylaw 26P 2026 as amended. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Councillor Atkinson is opposed. Councillor Clark is opposed. Councillor Ewell is opposed. Councillor Schmidt is opposed. All right, can I please have authorization for third reading, authorization for third reading of proposed bylaw 26P 2026 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 26P 2026 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Clark is opposed. Councillor Ewell is opposed. Councillor Atkinson opposed. Councillor Schmidt is opposed. And that carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, any administrative inquiries to read?
None.
All right, moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Wynas to adjourn. All in favor? Oh. All agreed? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried.